Hello.
Let me. Oh, I rock paper scissors you. I meant to wave. Hello.
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 Wait, hello. Hello.
It's the top one, yeah. Hi everyone,
First-
welcome to a fun game called Are We There Yet?
Whoa. Let me turn up the
Today's
sound
another
a
friend
wee
slop
bit.
game.
Another friend slop.
Waiter!
We
Oh,
love
waiter.
friend slop though.
I know, friend slop is so great, guys. You don't understand. I don't care if people don't like it, I like it, and that's all that matters.
Friend slop is great. That's the best slop. Slop me up, bro.
Yummy
Hello,
slop.
multi guards. Yeah, first time multi guards.
First
I think-
time
I
multi
think-
guards
Woo!
collab!
Is this first time multi guard
Well, just
collab?
the-
Let's go.
Just the three of
Yeah.
us, for sure, yeah.
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 But
Pretty cutie spotted.
For
That's so
those of
true.
you
Look at
that-
her.
No, you.
I know,
No.
she's like...
No,
No,
you.
no.
No, you. No, you. Bah.
So, those of you who don't know what the moldy guards are, we kind of just made it up recently. I was fighting for my life trying to figure out what it is. But
Steph was
basically,
fighting for her
we're,
life.
we're all fruits that eventually become molded as time passes, and we're also guardians. So, we were like, you know what? Fire Emblem, molded guard. Why not?
Best name. Yes.
A win's a win. A win's a win.
But let's start with our introductions.
Sounds
I'll
good.
go first alphabetically.
Alphabetically.
Alphabet.
Hi everyone, my name is Seth. I'm a Stranger Fig tree tuber, and I do a lot of music, co-working, and singing, and also playing a lot of Earthbound and Nintendo lately. Thank you!
Woo! Pachi. Ah, okay. Hello.
Kawaii.
Hi!
Hello. I am Fruit. I am a fruit entity of the Backrooms. I love playing spooky horror games like Silent Hill and Cry of Fear and the Backrooms and things like that. So
She did close to me when she did that.
so yeah.
Yay, Fruit!
Woo! Yay!
Yeah.
And then last but not least...
Hello, I am Strawberry Stardust, a star maiden from space who's now on Earth. I make games, but I play games, and I do everything as strawberry flavored as I can. Let's go on a road trip!
Yay!
Road trip!
Yay!
And let me know how. Ooh, I just saw my audio max into the red. So I'm sorry for your
Yeah.
ears. Let me lower that. Let me lower that
Just-
issue down.
So whenever we talk about a game, we can't hear each other, so please let us know
Yeah.
visually if there's any issues with the audio, like if it's
Yes,
too loud
please.
or if it's too quiet, because we can't fix it without actually monitoring. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw my. Bye guys.
But,
Okay, it should be fixed now. Hopefully.
We did a little preliminary of the game because we heard it's pretty buggy, and we ran into a few problems already. So we're hoping that it doesn't stay that way. So please bear with us while we troubleshoot. But we're gonna change our outfits a little bit so that we look different from each other.
Yes.
That's
Oh
Let's go
yeah, I
for
forgot about that.
So, some stuff.
Go.
Oh my god!
we
It
all
changes
just
the
like-
sound changes when we're underwater.
It does. Woo!
Oh my god, it's like we're water we do water polo or something, like we're walking underwater. That's crazy.
Oh,
Wait,
what happened to
isn't this the
red one?
hat? That's the one we already have. Oh, it's okay. Seth, you can take this hat, and then I'll just wear
You
the
sure?
original one. Yeah.
What happened to the red one? No,
red
does
one
it
is
change
so
every
cute,
time?
though.
The
I don't
glasses were
know.
the same. Also,
The
hi
hat is
Percival.
awesome.
Hi Adder.
Interesting. Well,
Oh.
Fruit's just gonna be the full getup of the old man then.
Okay.
The old man fit. Let's go.
We'll
So
just
so
be
who's mom?
slightly
Who's dad?
intense.
Who's the grumpy teenager?
Oh, are
Oh.
we RPing?
Oh.
We should junk in for it. We should junk in
Well-
for it. Hold on.
Duncan Pond? Okay.
Junkin.
Pong.
Okay.
Sai so
So
good.
good.
Duncan
Junkin
Pond.
Pong.
Ah.
I lost.
Oh, I was like,
I still won anyway.
I was looking for Rock, and I just went with scissors because I couldn't find Rock. Where's Rock? Oh, there it is. I see.
It's at the
Damn.
very top. I
You still
won
won.
anyway. That's so funny. Well,
Well, then who do you want to be?
can I assign it instead?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Let's have Fruit be the emo teenager. Doting mom for the boy. You're like a boy. And then
Okay.
I'll be the really awkward dad who just watches as everything happens as I crack this beer.
Okay. I just gotta read. Hold up.
All right.
No, you're all good. We gotta settle into our characters now.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
Emo fruit
Oh.
stem.
I don't even know how to act emo. How do you do it?
That's why I chose you.
No!
That's why I thought it'd be funny.
Okay.
Do you have anyone to like reference off of for emo teenager?
No. No, I'm genuinely lost right now.
Mom, it's not a face.
Oh,
Okay,
is that what they say?
sweetheart. We're gonna figure it out.
I
Isn't
know.
that right, honey?
Honey. He can do whatever he wants. He's a big boy now. He's 18.
He's 18. Well,
Yeah.
he's still our baby.
He's 18. He can do it. I'm gonna take a drag of this cigarette in the water.
What was your
So-
most recent RV catastrophe? Well, good news is we just started the game. If you mean in real life, I have some RV catastrophes that have happened to me IRL. What about you guys? Have you gone RV glamping?
I haven't gone camping ever, so.
Same. Let's go. Say high five. This one. Whoop.
Okay, I feel like I've witnessed this lore before and I just forgot. I just forgot. What the? We gotta take you camping.
No.
You to camp
Haha.
moment. You to camp moment.
Camp. You do
camp.
camp.
I don't know. You do camp?
You do
You to
camp.
camp it.
You do camp?
You do camp.
I actually
was the
don't
only
know
one
how
with the
good I
RV
would be at
experience.
camping.
Yeah, same.
It could be fun. It could be
Do we
fun.
have a trash bag? Sorry, this is like totally just me coming into it. Where do we throw away our beer cans?
That's a yeah. You don't want to litter in the forest, sweetie. We want to make sure we keep everything clean. I'll bring your beer though. Oh, we literally can
can't-
put it in the beer
we-
in the fridge. I'm gonna
The
put the burgers in the
empty
fridge so
ones?
they don't go bad. The empty ones,
Audio
I
seems
don't
fine
know.
from all three, but it seems like Fruit has a big delay at the moment.
you, Finn.
I see. Thank you, Finn. Hi,
And
Delay?
she is the parent of the group, thankfully. I don't know how thankful they should be that I'm the mother of the group. Don't forget your EpiPens!
Your EpiPens. Can I just yeet this
Like
into
the wasp.
car?
I feel like I'm the
can.
wasp.
Perfect. I just love that we're all one size.
Okay, I know, I was saying we're all one apple tall.
The genetics did
Just leave
not
the beer cans on the
multiply.
table, I'd say. Bring those EpiPens.
What? Oh, I can
That's
drink
all
the
we can
cold
do.
coffee.
A walkie-talkie. That seems
empty
important.
cup.
Nice cold coffee.
It's really hard to
Just
get
gonna
in the van.
yeet
There we go.
stuff in there.
Nice.
To-do list. Oh, we have a to-do list.
That's good. Have you
the
looked
last
at the
one is
IKEA
just to go
map?
home. Okay.
Oh,
That sounds good to me.
simple enough.
The best thing about every camping trip is when you get to go home.
I'm just throwing shit into the car.
Me too. I'm too lazy.
Leaving your cans everywhere.
Yoink.
Make sure to clean up your cans.
The cans are in the car, woman. Have you
I
used
tell
your
him this every
eyes?
time.
Have you considered using your eyes before you use your mouth?
He's so mean to
Oh,
me.
no, the ball.
So mean to me.
Who's
Oh.
going home? All of us, hopefully. There's beer cans
If we
in the
make
water.
it.
Who threw away these beer cans over there? Was it you, Lois?
Lois.
Lois.
I don't know if I
Lois.
gave you the name
Your ex-wife.
Lois.
That's your ex-wife, sweetheart. Don't get us confused again. It depends on who's been there on their best behavior.
Did I get all the water, the beer cans, in the water?
Cuddy hates when I do the Boston accent.
What? Why? It's so fun.
He says it grates. It grates.
It grates his ears. Actually,
what's so mad about it?
I can't do a Jersey accent anymore.
I've been cleaning up the beer cans and you're just throwing them into the pan.
I said I was going to.
It's okay, I'll put them in the sink. I can't drop it here. That sucks.
Let's get this dartboard in the car. Wonderful.
Reading the IKEA manual.
Your kid is doing some demonic shit again.
You're a child too, sweetheart. Don't forget it.
You're the one who raised him.
That seems correct.
Just leave me alone.
All right, sweetheart, get in the car. Don't forget your
Just leave
your
me
little.
alone.
Don't
Just
forget
leave me
your
alone,
darts.
God. I don't know how to be evil.
Wait. Okay, guys. Before we go into the car, though, I want to show you something on the top of it that I discovered. Not that, Strawby. Not that. Come around.
Okay.
We're gonna climb up this ladder. It's a little wonky. Just be careful.
Okay.
And you're gonna stand right here. Stand on that, right on that. Come on, sweetie. Just do this one thing for you. I only ask you for one thing.
You're so right, honey. What could happen if I step on
What could go
flipatronic?
Absolutely.
Nothing.
You missed it, sweetheart.
Surely
All right,
can
ready?
happen.
Oh, it's not even that far. It's
I
lame.
did not go that far at all.
I thought that was supposed to go farther.
Power pole.
What does this do? Sweetheart, did you bring the manual?
I didn't, honey. Our little boy had it. I don't know why your
Fine.
little boy.
It's my little boy.
Did you use it to roll joints like I told you?
That's your son.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
That's all very nice.
just
sweetie.
like you
Let's
taught
go.
me.
Mommy needs a sig break.
Who wants to drive? You want to drive my kid? What's your name?
Oh shit, I don't know.
Honey, his name is Frederick.
Frederick. And your name is what? Gladys?
Yeah, of course.
My name's Tom.
Tom, Gladys, and Frederick. We make a beautiful family, don't we?
All
We'll
right,
have to jump into the car.
whatever. Get in.
We're one apple tall.
I'll buckle down.
How long do I
You guys
smoke my
guys-
cigarette?
How do I start this thing?
Fruit Rick. Fruit Rick.
Fruit tree.
Drive the car, Fruit Rick. Just like
Um,
your father taught you.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Do tell me what to
This is
do.
peak. Oh wait, wrong way. Don't
Wait.
worry, I won't pressure you, honey.
Okay, we're
I'm
going.
just
Why your
gonna read
mother's
the
in the
road
front seat?
atlas.
We're going. Let's
Oh,
go.
goodness.
Oh, I'm a
Oh,
great
my
driver.
motion sickness. Oh, my God.
Oh my
I
God.
remember why I don't let you drive.
I can't see. I'm too short.
Oh, here's the owner's manual. That'll be important. How to?
Yeah,
do you
the
want to read
map's
the
right
map?
next to you, Strawby.
I know, dude.
Well, you where to go? Where to go? I'm not really sure where it went, my love. Did you throw? Oh my God! Oh, crap. Oh, goodness gracious me! What's going on? No, I can't see.
Oh, no.
Fruit Rick, watch the road.
Fruit Rick, please get it together.
No. It's okay.
Honey, I think I lost the map. Honey, I don't know what we're gonna do without the map, but we have the camping trip list, and so we can't go wrong.
Honey, that trip list just says to go home afterward. I don't know what
It does. That's the most important thing, is that we get home safely, all of us together. Why do I have the grill in my hands? Put the grill down. What a beautiful view. This isn't terrifying at all. As soon as I started dipping down, I got actually scared.
I'm a little motion sick. I'm sorry to anyone that's watching through my mind's eye.
What's
It
this?
says road
Having a hard
closed
time.
that way. Let's go over the detour. Oh, there's a detour,
Can you
sweetheart.
spell
It's okay.
detour, Fruit Rick? Can you spell detour?
Of course I know. Of course. I'm going this way.
Wait,
honey, we all
health bar
make-
just went down.
Oh no!
Wait. Let me get out the car. Let me fix
It's
something.
okay.
Get
I
out.
have the hammer. Oh.
Hold on. Don't move. Don't move. We're using all our scrap metal already.
Oh, we have scrap metal. Oh, good. Oh,
let's
good.
be
Sweetie,
very
grab
careful,
the
Fruit
hammer
Rick.
already.
Yeah, I know
Alright.
what I'm doing. Okay, just whatever.
I mean, honey, you taught him how to drive. He absolutely knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drink my coffee.
Right.
yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna stand right here with my beer.
Alright, let's go. Wait.
Oh! I clipped out the car. Oh, it's not my fault. My fault. Let me just. I wanted to crack a.
Hold on, your mother's having a hard time getting through the door.
There you go. Son. You can have a-
No. I have a beach ball.
You can have a ice.
Hello, Boothberry.
Oh, you are. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for the Sam, I need to be. That's not my name. My name's Tom.
Is everybody in?
What my
It
name
is plain. Unfortunately, I drank a plain.
Yeah, she's-
plain
she's
liqueur.
We good?
Really
Alright.
recently.
I got
I'm
you a
in.
nice little beer, my son. If you want to drink it one day.
How about
Frederick's
now?
on a TikTok
oh,
short.
no,
It's
my
fine.
son. Where are we going? Oh,
It's
goodness
fine,
gracious
sweetie.
me.
It's fine, sweetie. The windows
Oh,
just
goodness.
fell
Oh,
off.
no, no, no.
Just fell
Goodness
off.
gracious.
It's okay, I got this. I got this. I'm really good at this. Okay. Oh,
Why is this grill here?
You're doing great, sweetheart. Don't stress it. Don't stress it.
Where's my
Ouch.
cassette?
Oh no! Oh, no.
I'm okay, sweetie. I just fell into the bathroom. Oh! Your mother fell out of the
Oh
car.
no,
Your mother fell out of the car.
Mother's falling in the toilet. No.
Your mother
in the
fell out of
toilet. I'm
Your mother
dead.
fell out of the toilet.
Oh
Hold on, wait for your mother. Your mother's not in the RV. I fell out of the toilet. Open the door for your mother. Just open the damn door. Sweetheart, open the damn door.
You gotta use your nice one. It fell off. Oh my goodness, we have to let Frederick drive.
Now's
ever
our
again.
chance. Now's our chance. We're good. I'm just kidding.
Oh
You
my
smashed
god.
Okay,
my
does anybody want to
fingers.
trade places with me?
We gotta find more scrap metal to fix our RV.
Oh yeah, our engine's kind of broken
motherfucker.
too. Oh honey, don't
We have
swear
no
in front of the kids.
He's 18.
All right,
You'll be
Frederick.
fine.
All right, Fruit Rick, we gotta find some scrap metal. Help your parents.
Rick.
Oh, whatever,
I found
man.
some.
Whatever.
I got a meat patty too.
Meat
Oh, wow, we got
patty.
meat patties too. We got the convertible RV. Yeah.
Oh, we got bear spray and lotion. My kid, can you take some
Oh,
of that
scrap
bear
metal.
spray?
Thanks.
I
Oh!
want some of that. I need that lotion. Are you
Did
okay?
you just hit me?
No, I didn't hit.
Why
I
are
didn't
my-
hit you at all,
Why are
sweetheart.
my bones broken?
Uh-oh. Oh, it's a snake. It's a snake.
Oh, no, I
Your mother's
poisoned.
afraid of snakes. Your mother's afraid of snakes. Hold on, I'll go get the
Oh, no, Sam. Dad.
Hold on.
No.
Wait, is your father dead? Is
I
your
think
father
Father's dead. No.
We didn't take out life. We didn't take out life insurance.
You can't. Sean, can you still
Oh.
hear me?
I can see you.
Oh, you can. I think.
Wait, honey,
I
where
immediately
are
got,
the
like, a broken
EpiPens?
bone.
I want the pin. Wait, I might have a pin. Wait, where did I put it though? Oh no. Oh,
I think
still alive
they might have
somehow.
fallen out of the car when the car
This
exploded.
snake is still looking at me.
Oh, that's not
Very-
good.
wait, I picked
Very
up like
menacingly.
2 EpiPens, but I don't know where it
I know,
went.
so did I, but I don't know where they
I'm stuck on the. I'm not really sure what
Honey,
I'm
where
supposed to
am
do.
I-
Oh no. Dad is having a
maybe-
stare
maybe-
down with the snake. Oh no.
I can't get it.
Oh no! Oh mom!
Oh, there's another snake in the house.
What do we do?
How do we get up?
For Rick, just sweetheart, just find the EpiPens and your mother and father will be fine. Don't worry.
Wait.
Don't
I
worry
might
too
be able
much.
to.
It's okay.
I did it!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, I
my
got
God,
you,
I
Dad.
I need to smoke the cigarette forever.
Yeah!
I got bit again. Are you kidding me?
No!
You've got to be fucking joking.
How many EpiPens do I have left on me?
This fucking snake.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Okay.
My beautiful life is still in full. How do I beat
beautiful
these
men in my life
snakes?
have left me on the floor.
Go save your
I think I
wife.
I don't have the. How did you do that? I'm just.
Okay.
Yeah, just like
I'm very
our
glad
wedding
she's
day.
quite lightweight. I
Let's
love
get out.
her.
Let's get out of here.
Just like our wedding day. Oh, I'm on the ground.
Bah. Alright. Now you're
I
good.
can see my knees.
Get you.
I'm
I'm gonna go grab
hey,
that
I'm
bear
alive.
spray.
Thank you. Oh, there's a bear? I'll fix up the RV. Don't worry about it. We have a
Empty
window
coffee.
right here? Oh, no.
Do we have to spray this bear spray on us, or do we gotta use it on the bear when we actually see the bear?
Probably when we
No?
see the bear. Probably when
Why
we see
can't
the
I
bear.
get up here?
Do we have more scrap metal anywhere?
I do have some scrap metal. Oh, I don't have it
Perfect.
anymore.
Oh.
Did you use it already?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I think I used it.
Can you put the bear spray in a cabinet and pick us up by chance and give us some uppies? I'll give you uppies,
Yeah.
son. Here you go.
Oh,
You
yay.
go up there.
I mean,
Yeah, can you give
gosh,
your old
Dad,
dad
I'm
some
old
uppies
enough
too?
to do this by myself. I don't know how to do it, man. Can
How do you pick?
Hey.
Here.
Oh, there we go.
I'm stuck. Oh my god. Let go.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh.
I've been lifting,
take
sweetheart. Can't you
another-
tell?
Oh,
Why
repair
am I
bear
picked up?
spray. There's bear spray right here. In the cabinet.
Can
Yeah,
we put it away in a cabinet so that they don't fly
Yeah.
away?
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
see.
put it in the cabinet. Now,
Oh, there's another
we can
cabinet
grab
under
that
here.
ball.
Whoa.
Is everybody buckled in?
I think we figured out how to actually play this game now.
Yeah.
So we restart. This is great. Are you gonna be driving, sweetheart?
I'm gonna try to drive, sweetheart. It's been 25 years since I've last driven. Oh my
I'll
god.
sit with you.
How do I? Oh, there's numbers and shit. I have to put it. I don't know what these numbers mean, but I'm just gonna drive. Do you think it's a left here? I'm gonna
Sweetheart,
take
I
a
have no
left.
clue.
Okay, we did lose the map.
I'm just here
But
to
you know, it is what it
enjoy the
is.
view of my beautiful wife.
Oh, beautiful.
Immediately
think-
break something.
Honey, I think I. Oh wait, hold on. I forget how to work the prindle. Oh, I turned off the car. Hold on.
Aw.
I don't know. I'm trying. I need to take a smoke break. Toggle
You
engine.
said the prindle?
Press the clutch. Yeah, the prindle. Oh, this is how
Sweetheart,
you do the
I'm gonna
prindle.
stand up and do some scouting. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
We didn't loot. We
It's a good
didn't
thing
loot
I
that
didn't
house
back
like I
up.
wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, what happened?
Maybe I get bit by a snake here.
Maybe. Hopefully not. Oh, I can honk the horn.
Beep beep.
Yeah, that's a beautiful horn we got there, don't you think, Fred? Fruit Rick?
Fred Fruit Trick.
Wait, Fruit Step! Fruit Ray, come here.
Come on
My
over
name.
there. Go see
My
what you
name.
find
What
in
is my
these.
name? I don't know anymore.
We can get you some fancy glasses and a new hat.
Oh, fancy glasses. Wait, are you in the
I'm gonna try
house?
to back up the truck.
Yeah, in the left hand, the right house, the right house.
Oh.
There's
Wait.
there's some new ones here.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want
Nice.
Do you want both of them?
Guys, I think the RV
Put
might
that
be
that
stuck.
cowboy
That on,
hat
cowboy
too.
hat. All right.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
you look stylish, just like the son that I always wanted.
The perfect son.
There were unstuck. Wait, I think we're unstuck. Hold on. Hold on now. If I turn, real good.
Sweetheart.
Where are we gonna need the lag?
Sweetheart, could you give us some uppies, please?
Yeah, I can give you some uppies, but
oh, never mind. I figured it out.
You figured it out. Okay, you just gotta jump through the door.
Oh, you already
Those
got it.
glasses would make you look like Jimmy Neutron. I'm not gonna lie. It looks great on you, sweetie.
Yeah, thanks or whatever.
I'm gonna grab another can of beer.
I'm gonna need one of those because I don't know how to.
You already have one
we're still in
the drink holder, my love.
Oh, you're so right. How do I think we might need to winch ourselves out of here.
Oh dear.
Oh, are we stuck?
Cause I'm stepping on the gas and nothing's happening.
It's stuck on a tree in the
oh my
back.
God, excuse me.
Oh, bless.
bless you, sweetie.
How do we work this thing?
I don't know.
Then push the truck. Am I strong enough?
Maybe if you get behind the truck, you can give it a real big shove, and then we can get.
No,
I'm stuck in the truck.
Oh no.
Hold on, let me read the owner's manual real quick.
Yeah, the IKEA looking owner's manual's real confusing.
No, don't worry about it. The IKEA manual will help us out. It's all right. Oh, I need the remote. That makes sense. All right.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
Put that in there. Let me grab that controller. Let me just Did that work, dearest?
That's kind of working. I was trying to. Oh, maybe I should. Oh, Suzune.
What'd she say? She's speaking.
Sorry, there's
a different language.
Honey, there's people raiding. There's people talking in my brain, so I gotta say hello.
Sweetheart, I told you to take those meds, didn't I?
I did, but sometimes they don't always work.
Is the car working now? Are we unstuck or are we still stuck? I think we're still stuck. my son, Fruit Rick, could you grab this controller?
That's Fruit Rick. I already forgot my husband's name, and I'm Gladys.
This. Hold on, come here, son. I got you.
Thank you.
See that gray controller right there? So there's gonna be a button. I'm gonna pull the winch out, and we're gonna pull. I'm gonna tell you to pull it, okay? And it's gonna say.
Oh, I'm unstuck.
Yes, keep going. Perfect.
Watch out.
Perfect.
Oh no, the door! I'm in the wall.
Our doors are down. Alrighty, I think I'm driving this car next.
I think, sweetheart, I think I need you to drive a little bit. I haven't gotten very far.
Excuse me, sweetheart. Could you just, we're stuck again? Oh my god. Okay, obviously we're in reverse, so let's not do that anymore. Well, how do I change it? Oh,
you have to press Q. I wasn't sure at first. I spent like 2 minutes looking at it, trying to figure it out.
There we go.
Oh wait, honey, I'm not in the car. There we go. All right, let me buckle in. Let me make sure I'm buckled in. I picked up the owner's manual.
Please sit down. Please sit down.
There we go. I'm buckled in,
Wonderful.
sweetie. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So I'm gonna teach you something about the clutch, right? There's 6 little rivers to go through. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in reverse. And if you go into 5th gear, it's the fastest speed and first is the slowest.
Does it spin the fastest? Is it like a bicycle?
A little bit.
So
but also
the
the
big
same
number,
time.
But no at the same. Okay. And then when you're spinning your legs on the bicycle and.
How do I park it?
Oh, I'm still. You put it in park, dearest.
Yeah,
I think I need to pick an accent and roll with it. I'm going
right
all over the place. Yeah, there should be park.
No, we're just neutraled. It's okay.
Okay,
This works.
that's fine. That's fine. That should be mighty safe.
How the hell do I get out of this? There we go. Okay, so it's literally just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we should be okay. Oh my god, more bear spray!
That's good.
This
more
voice is kind
burger.
of hard, guys. I can't do this.
It's hard to
anymore.
keep up sometimes, but it's good practice
gonna
for
put-
our. Uh-oh. Fruit, can we not hear you anymore?
Oh,
are you
hello.
My
talking?
son.
My
Can you hear
beautiful,
me?
beautiful son. Joy in my life. I can't really hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh no, I can't hear my I can't hear my darling son either.
Ah.
Oh, no. Our son, it's okay, son. Don't have a breakdown. It's okay. Mom. All you do is breathe in and breathe out, and by breathe in and breathe out, I mean
we reached
quit
the new
game and
checkpoint,
reopen
so
it.
if you quit, you can come back, and you should be
Yeah.
good.
Lighten up a
take a-
cigarette.
take a-
Take a
take a
cigarette
drag.
break, son. That's right. Take a
Take a
deep
drag,
drag in. And take a
Just
deep
like I
breath
call.
out. Just
When in doubt,
you
just
were great parents, by the way.
just a cigarette. Okay, I'll
There's
come
more
back.
stuff over here.
There's a fresh beer over
Okay,
here.
I'll have to quit the game. This always happens when I mess with the settings. Also, is my stream messed up? Maybe this is now my opportunity to check. Hold on. Before I re-enter. What is wrong with my stream? Huh. I am very behind, aren't I? This is very unfortunate. Man, I am very behind. I don't know what happened. Okay, well, I'll try to get back in the game. Maybe my internet's doomed. Is it because of this? Maybe I'll just do this one. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Seems like an internet problem. Ow. Am I back? Who's
Yeah,
fruit?
back,
You are my
son.
little fruit, my fruit Rick.
Fruit Rick. Yes, I'm back.
Oh,
Fruit Rick, my
wait!
beloved.
The man on the radio is gonna teach us how to achieve absolute calm.
Whatever that means.
It means Zen. I also have a family to care for. That's so
Oh.
relatable. Oh,
Sorry.
no, it's not our
I didn't mean
honeymoon,
to do that.
sweetheart. You don't need to pick me up like that all the time. When we pick up the
Gotta
scrap,
renew our
does it
vows
just
today.
go?
Anonymous Giga Chat. Thank you for the 5 and gifted. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Giga Chad's
Giga
back.
Chad.
Giga Chat's back. Thank
Is
you.
Is that money
Ow,
you be
ow,
getting
ow,
from?
ow.
Oh, so you're walking in my way. I'm sorry. Clearly,
son, I
I'm
need
trying
some
to build something.
ibuprofen. Son, I need some
Are
ibuprofen.
these
Your father
these
beat me
internet
over the
strangers
head
that be
again.
giving you money, Fruit Rick?
Just don't worry about it, Dad. God. Who cares? Ugh, I actually don't know how to be emo. I'm sorry.
You're doing great. Ibuprofen? No, yeah, the ibuprofen is there's no U
Oh my
in
God.
profen. There's I in ibuprofen.
You
Those
be
are words I
profen?
just said.
All right,
We're
let's
achieving
sit back down,
enlightenment.
my friends.
All right.
This tape
I'm
player.
you
is
want
I don't
to sit up in
wanna.
the front?
looking for.
I don't wanna.
Okay, I'll sit up
Sitting
in the
is
front.
free.
I'll buckle my seatbelt buckles.
It's for losers.
Oh yeah, sit-ins for
If you fall
the
out of
kids
the car,
these
I'm not gonna
days.
stop for you.
I want my own room. I'm gonna go in the toilet.
All right, be
didn't
safe
turn on the
in there for Rick.
There we go.
It's kind of nice, actually.
Why are these... I would never want to drive an RV IRL. I think I'd poop my pants.
I think
I don't know how my dad did it. That shit's
Oh, we have
long
a
as
little,
fuck.
a cute little scent tree. That's adorable. Did you get
Sentry,
that? For the
aw.
RV?
I'm hearing some suspicious
that's
noises.
nice. Oh,
No,
well,
it's
you are
fine.
in the bathroom.
No, it sounds like something's something's outside.
We get the bear
I
right
think
now.
we're being chased by something.
Right, like, right now.
Okay, sweetheart, I
What? Working now? Thank you, Gunther. I don't know why it was poo poo. Maybe it was the settings in the VSync. But hopefully it's good now.
So,
Dude, what the? What just?
Oh, thank God for the checkpoint. Thank you for the follow.
Oh.
you need
Are
to
you-
hold that bear spray like immediately, my
I'm
beautiful
gonna
people.
okay. I'm putting down the owner's manual, and I'm gonna pick up the bear spray, and that is all I'm gonna wear is the bear spray.
Oh
To our
no.
bear
We
spray.
have no more
No.
bear spray.
Oh wait, we didn't. We have to pick it
No.
up again. Hold on.
At least we
thank
got a
goodness.
burger
Okay, yeah, there's
pack.
one on the wall. Oh, this checkpoint. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my
cool.
god.
Excuse me. We just gotta reset.
Cold coffee.
Everything's fine.
We can leave the absolute calm cassette behind. I didn't really
That
like that
cassette was bad look.
radio man.
That
It was
radio
kind of
man
weird.
Trying to play some
It was kinda
weird demon
strange.
shit.
Coffee.
Yeah, weird demon
Cassette.
shit like rock and roll. All that rock and roll they play on the TV. That's demon shit. I don't see anything else nearby. The bear
Are you
just
ready
sprayed
to
our
go?
car. It's,
So
our car.
long.
Honey, our car.
So long, mother. Father.
I'm working on it. Hold on one second.
Oh, goodbye,
The bear
son.
was from the back, right?
So long.
For dinner now.
I'm. Whatever. I'm a man of the wild. Okay, I'm scared. I'm going back.
One with the wild.
I'm scared. Mom. Dad. Mom.
Where are you?
Come back to the video. Where did you go?
Mom.
Rick.
I see you.
Oh. I mean, I totally wasn't lost or anything.
Wait, do I have an inventory? Do I have an inventory?
It's a collective inventory, I think.
Okay, I grabbed an EpiPen, but I don't know where it went.
It's in
Oh, I
our
dropped
inventory
it?
at the top. It's at the top. It's at the
Oh.
top.
Oh, I see.
This is
Yep.
so funny. Let me just repair the house a little more.
Who
not
knew
the house,
road
the
tripping would be
car a little
such
more.
hard work? That's why people do staycations. Ain't that right?
That's right. That's right.
I'm one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
But
my
father's
beautiful
fixing up
people,
the
we
RV
are
will be-
all built up as much as we can. We gotta
Oh,
hold that
that's
bear
it. Okay,
spray
well-
when you're ready. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna put. I'll grab it. Got one. Oh, now calm down, sweetheart. We got the bear spray.
Like, just
It's in the bathroom again.
the view's
Okay,
pretty nice back
son.
here.
This car is gonna moving.
just don't move too.
It's all.
Just don't move too
we're on the
violently.
road.
I'm gonna.
Don't move too violently.
I'm gonna
Too
get some.
violently.
I'm gonna get some dookie on my butt cheeks, please. No.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't want that.
The bear. I hear the bear. I hear the bear. I hear the bear, guys.
You hear the bear? Don't worry, sweetie. I'll jump out right in the car. Where's the bear?
Near the bag.
I hear it too. It's very scary.
Very scary. I love you. You and your funny little dad jokes.
Yes, that I learned them from the best. Why don't I hear? I hear the bear, but I don't see the bear.
1 second. We gotta reverse
That's
a little
okay.
bit.
It's okay, sweetheart. It's driving this car is very hard.
It's why we get this big one again? I think we're stuck in a tree.
I think so too.
Oh no, we're good.
Oh, we're good, we're good?
We're good.
Nice, nice, nice,
I remember
nice.
how to back the car up.
Nice, nice.
Oh, honey, I lost the owner's manual.
Are you kidding me?
It used to be in the glove compartment. I don't know where it is now. Your wife is such a ditz. I'm
goodness.
sorry.
It's okay. I still love you.
At least I try to look pretty. Bear
And we
with
made
it.
a
Bear with it.
beautiful
Nobody
little
knows.
kid, too.
I used it to
there's a
wipe my
warning
butt crack.
sign.
Oh, it
All right,
probably
it's gonna
means
be a
it's
rocky
fine.
road.
Oh,
All right, hold on to your
Oh,
butt
God.
cheeks, free trip.
oh God.
And we're over
Hopefully
it.
you didn't splash around too much in there.
My butt cheeks are nice and,
And
cool.
we're gonna make a quick little.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
But there's the bear spray.
Where's the bear, sweetheart? Hold on. I got it. Oh, wait.
I don't know where it is.
I got it. I'm gonna go get the bear. Don't worry, sweeties. Yeah! I did it. I did it. Your mama's not afraid of bears. Now let me in the truck. Woo!
Sweetheart, I think we're stuck in a tree again.
Oh
Oh,
no, that's
goodness.
that's
I
no
was-
good. What if the bear comes
I was-
back?
I was too nervous. I was trying to get us out of here.
Hold on. I'll winch us to this tree.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
I love
I'll
you.
push it.
And now, Where's the remote control for the?
Oh, yeah. I got it. All right, ready? Wait, so tell me when.
Go ahead, my son.
All right.
Oh, goodness gracious. Where are we going?
Was that good?
Where are we going? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Uh-oh.
Where are we? Oh. Okay, we're good.
Looking good.
All right, I put it back.
How do I put it in park, my love?
That's a great question, but I'm afraid if I let go of the winch, you're gonna go rolling.
No, it's okay. I'll just keep driving. It's fine. just
Okay, I'm unwinching you right now. Oh, I have the winch. Let go of that. Oh wait, how do I put it back? Oh, wait. There we go. Reset winch. There we go. Oh wait, it's really hard to get in the car. No, don't run.
Mother.
I know you get tired of me sometimes, but
Okay, nice. I got you, Mom. Where do I put you? How do I put it down?
That's real kind of you.
We have to climb like this? Are you kidding?
You whatever, Mom.
What is this? Oh my god!
Just drive nice and straight, sweetie. No pressure. It's
a bear!
Oh, honey, don't worry. Just keep you focus on driving. I'll get the bear. Where's the bear? Oh my lord. Oh my Lord Jesus. Take the wheel.
Where am I going? Is this right?
Oh, we're good. Are you right? Is it this? I lost the map. I left the map at camp.
Oh goodness gracious.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jimmy Christmas Christ. Oh dear.
This turn is so tight.
Well, the good news is we don't have airbags, so I wasn't crushed to death by the airbag.
Can we get a winch in the back, please?
Yeah, we sure can.
I can't.
A winch?
If I can squeeze out, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
never mind.
Wait, I'm in the back. Do we want the winch? Okay.
No, we're good.
Okay.
God dang it! Why is it so hard to get in the car?
Here you go, Mom.
Son, you saved my life so many times. I'm so glad I brought you into this world. Oh. Big turn.
Nice.
Oh.
I hear another bear.
I can't breathe.
This is so hard. This is low-key kind of hard, guys.
It's really hard.
It is hard.
To control. It's a very slippery car. But you know, we got it on a good deal, so we can't complain too. Oh, scrap!
Nice.
Scrap
I'll
metal!
I'll get some too.
Blocks.
Put the car back.
Ramps?
Park it.
We're so
Winch?
soup.
wheel?
As my dearest likes
We're
to say,
soup.
we
Where do
are
I put the
soup.
wheel?
We're soup.
Oh, we got motor oil.
Where do I put the wheels?
Motor oil.
Oh,
How-
can we
how
pick
they
up these
usually say it, don't they?
EpiPens?
Yeah, make sure to pick
Get
up the
those.
EpiPens
How do you change the wheels?
and the scrap.
I don't think our wheels are
Lots
damaged
of motor
enough to do
oil.
anything.
Ow!
I'm sorry.
God,
My
Dad.
fault.
You gotta watch out. You
God.
gotta watch out when your father's
in my way,
hammering.
son.
Sometimes he locks in too much, sweetheart, and it's hard for him to lock out.
I was too focused. Oh, there's an antidote too if we get poisoned. That's nice.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
And I'm actually like
I'm getting all this
85% poisoned.
This looks
shit.
terrifying. Son, I want to teach you something. If I ever see you using one of these, just know I'm going to send you straight back to boarding school all over again. Just only use these for medical reasons now, okay?
We sent our son to medical school.
No, we sent our son to boarding school. Well, now,
Boarding
son,
school?
now, son,
Boarding
now,
school?
son. Now, son.
What did you say?
Sweetheart, where are we going?
What did you say? You're sending me where?
To boarding school, sweetheart. That's where you were before. Because our father and I...
I'm not going back
sweetheart,
there.
I know you didn't mean it. I know you didn't mean it, but you broke your mother's bones. You broke your mother's bones.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm hobbling.
Oh no,
Oh, that's okay. Let me just
didn't
drink a
expect
quick
that.
beer. It'll probably make me feel better.
No.
Something like a good cold
I
one.
did not expect that. Oh, I'm sorry.
That did
What are
not
you guys
heal my
doing?
broken bones. I hate to say, but that's okay.
No,
It's
wait,
only
is
broken
it-
a little bit.
Oh no, is there any actual healing items?
I'm gonna.
Oh, I
cook
need
some
a burger.
burgers.
Where's the oh, okay, we can make some burgers. Wait, where's the
Your
syringe?
father's gonna put on some burgers.
Where'd it go?
Got the grill out.
The
I don't know where this
griller is
is.
here.
I don't
You
know.
get hurt when you throw people like that.
Eat a burger, my
So
beautiful
funny.
son.
Where's the I found it!
Oh, what a delicious looking burger. Tasty burger. You really
Don't
know how
run
to
with the
cook a
needle in your hands,
sweetheart.
kids.
Of
It's
course
very
I-
unsafe.
Why else would you marry me?
I found it, I found it.
Exactly.
Oh,
Get you a man that can make you a burger. Now, what is this? What in the world is this?
oh, I can take
giant
the
thing?
antidote.
This is the biggest thing
It's
I've
a
ever seen
Johnny
in my
burger?
life.
Interesting.
A Bonnie
Tasty
burger.
No, John.
How much scrap metal can I even
Oh,
carry on me?
John.
top.
My old friend John.
God, he's
thing.
giving us shit.
Why is he cheating? You tweeting on me?
He's never, sweetheart. I would never cheat on
Come here,
you.
my son. Can I give this to you?
Unless it was with Edward Cullen.
Edward Cullen.
What the fuck? What?
I don't know. That felt like what a white woman in the Midwest on an RV trip would say.
What the fuck?
Okay.
All right, I put a lit grill into our cabinet. Surely nothing bad will happen, right?
The engine oil is important.
I did. I put it in there.
No, it doesn't. Just see how things go.
No, it's
No
it's in a
cheating.
different
No.
cabinet. It's fine.
Don't worry.
Put that bear spray on the wall.
Oh, we need to use the engine oil.
Right under the bed.
Oh, now why?
I fixed the
would the
car. I
engine-
mean, the car.
Now why? This is a
I
funny
got it,
design.
son.
Honey,
Don't
did
worry
you
about
install
it.
the engine under the bed?
My way.
God, Dad. Why you gonna do that? God.
You keep walking in the way, bro. What am I supposed to do?
Where's the engine
I
oil?
knew you don't love me.
I'm just gonna leave that on. That's probably fine.
I do have scraps. I just don't
It's
know how to
fired
fix
up
it.
and ready for us to cook
Oh, do you need
later
a
on.
hammer?
That's safe,
Is that
right?
how that
Oh,
works?
there it is.
We don't have
Repair
scraps anymore.
engine.
I have scraps.
I used
I
them all.
fixed
I
the
have
I
engine,
used them all
honey.
already.
But I have
No,
some.
I used it. Look at it. Look
Oh,
at
is it?
our-
Oh,
look at
it's
our
shared.
screens.
Oh, okay, okay.
Spoken like a true
So every time we take a stop, we had to check the hubcaps on the tires. All right, guys.
The
If you saw on the
hubcaps.
at the top of our little screen, it showed a little yellow bar.
Oh,
Mm.
that's
It
what
means
that
that
was.
something
well, I
about
fixed
our
the
car is not
engine.
good. Do you want me to
So
cook
the
you another
engine's
burger,
all
my
good.
son?
Son, me?
Actually,
I'm
Yeah.
good.
actually,
I'm good.
I could go for. I'm still a little bit peckish.
Yeah, give it to
I
mom.
could go for another little burgie.
And it's already dead.
Oh.
Okay, Mister. I'll
We
give
can
you.
always eat it a little bit raw if we have to survive.
You can eat a. No, you get poisoned. You can
Oh,
get a nuggets
oh,
can. You
really?
can eat that nuggets can right there. Right,
Perfect.
sweetheart.
Ugh.
You eat that up. You eat that up,
I gotta
sweetheart.
get a
You're a growing
smoke
boy.
in.
Me too, son. You've inspired me.
That's just like that's
The
Oh.
true
just like we
light of my
taught you
life.
now.
Good stuff.
No needles though, but make sure you smoke up that cigarette real good.
No needles. None of that bullshit.
Mm-hmm. No
Ah,
boy
yeah,
drugs.
good,
Only
good
girl
stuff.
drugs.
Good girl
It's time to
drugs.
start driving again. Can you please sit down?
Yeah,
my
it's time we
son?
get on the road.
Ah, man, the toilet's blocked. It's okay.
The toilet's blocked. Honey, did you clog the toilet?
My
And why does it
Might
say
have.
our RV's blue? What does that mean?
How exactly am I supposed to drive this car?
I don't know, but I can winch you if I need. It's looking real good.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's looking real good.
I think we're stuck again.
Oh no, the wheel!
I think we're
Wait, what happened to the wheel? What happened to the wheel? Where'd it go?
It flew out the window. Here it is.
Oh my goodness!
Somebody,
Can you
somebody close the
can
windows.
you
Yeah, I can
winch
winch
me,
us.
please?
Yeah, I'll winch you.
Thank you,
I don't know where to
sweetheart.
winch you, but I'll winch you somewhere. Here's
We
real
got
good.
those
No,
winch
I can't.
pins,
Like-
right?
Oh yeah, you know what? Let me get one of them.
Gonna put it on the bed. Please, I don't want to
I'm
hold
gonna
this.
grab a winch pin, because can I put this
I know,
in
I
the
tried to put
rocks?
the thing away somewhere. It didn't work.
Oh,
Place
Oh.
winch pole.
Hold on, sweetheart. Let me help you. It sounds like we're both confused.
And this is coming a lot more handy than I thought it would. Alright, I need the remote. I need the remote. I don't know where the remote is again.
dude, I
It's
cannot
on the
drop
wall,
this.
It's on the wall.
On the wall, on the wall.
It's alright.
Alright.
It's alright.
Alright.
Do I have to go
rear.
up this plank?
Wait.
Oh, I understand now. We have to make it like a... Hold on, sweetheart. Don't move that truck just yet.
Okay, okay.
You see these wooden planks here? We gotta make a ramp.
Oh. You have to make a ramp. Oh, you're
He stole
right.
the story.
I can't do this accent anymore, guys. It's so hard.
It's okay. You can take a break.
Yeah, we
I'll
should all
do
take
the
a break.
accent.
Ah.
Apparently this one's not grading on Cloudy's ears, but the Boston one is.
Ah, God.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Got some
Oh, we're
apples
doing a
thrown at
ramp
me.
up there? Wait a minute, where do we...
I'm not.
Where do we need...
I'm
Where
not-
is the
'cause
road?
The original planks were here. This is the road.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to winch
Oh.
the car back, and I'll drive it in reverse.
Oh,
You're just gonna have to
gosh.
guide
Okay.
me.
Alright,
Oh.
tell me when you're ready
This,
to winch.
who put this wheel here? I can't walk in with the wheel in the way.
I finally got it in though. No, okay, nice.
That's so funny.
Okay, let me know when we're winching.
You ready to winch?
Yes.
We're winching.
Oh my god, I'm
One
I'm
cup of
surprised
almond
my
flour,
Automod
one egg,
didn't
2
hit
cups,
you.
2 diced
Demon
strawberry,
Lord,
1/3
Ririmu.
cup brown sugar, half teaspoon baking powder. Okay, wait, I gotta unwinch. Oh dear lord.
Are these the friends you've been making, my son? Demon lords and who make desserts?
Release. Okay, I'll release the winch.
yeah, the true demon lord. Oh
True
no,
demon lord,
Ririmu.
Ririmu, thank you
This is
for
where
follow.
honey,
Thank
true
you
so much for
demon
the
lord, I get all my
follow.
good delicious
Welcome.
recipes.
I actually have a
Now, this is a
Dimuru,
good
old
a
recipe
Dimuru
right
wallet on my
here.
Are
desk
we
right
in the
now.
wall?
It's very cute.
Are we in the wall?
A little bit. If you want to go a little bit forward, that would be great.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
just
see
a
the
little- just a
problem. I'll fix it. I'll
Pass
fix
skip
it.
onto a hoop. Hi,
I'll fix
Scooty.
it. I see the issue now.
We just need to drive
glitched
forward,
in-
I think.
I'm glitched.
But
in.
anyway.
Can someone grab me? I need to. Oh, never
One-
mind.
one
Okay.
can.
Is camping supposed to
I
be
can
this
have-
hard?
Can you do this accent for you?
Which
Oh,
accent?
wait, let me go, sweetheart. Let me go. Thank you. Can you do the? Can you do our weird like southern accent?
I could do this for
I
hours.
I could do it.
Hold
Oh my
ingredients
God,
together
I
in a
keep
bowl
doing it.
until silky and sugar is fully incorporated in a light greased pan on a medium-low heat ladle in a little bit of the mixture and allow to cook until bubbles form around the edge before flipping. Allow to cook 1 more minute, and then you have strawberry cream pancakes, my son.
I don't like
Wow.
strawberry cream pancakes. I hate that stuff.
I've raised
What
you
kind of
better
kid
than that.
did we raise? I
Oh.
can't. I
Oh,
can't
you're
see
slipping.
behind me.
Oh, you're slipping. Oh, the
I
remote!
can't see.
That's
Oh
important.
wait, no, I think I put the remote back.
We don't want to lose the remote.
This is so hard.
Oh,
Watch out! Watch where you're stepping when your father's driving. You never know. I bet you.
Oh, we got it. I got it.
oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Looking
no.
great, sweetheart. Looking great.
All our stuff is
Never
gone.
better.
Can we fix
It's
the
alright, we
blanks,
can pick it up.
please?
Throw it back in. Alright.
Yeah, I'm trying
Alright.
to fix.
Kobe.
I'm trying to fix the winch first.
Dang
I got
it.
a little stuck in the rock. Oh dear. Oh.
I'll
is
help you.
Is it supposed to be stuck like this?
It'll reset it when you go up to it. It's fine.
Oh, I've reached the end of it. Okay, it's fine. We'll leave it there. It's fine.
Did you reset it? Did you reset it?
Yeah, I reset it, but it's it's just it's just stuck.
Winch pull.
Oh, is it just gonna
Don't forget
be
the
like
ramps.
Motor
We want the
oil.
ramps right here.
How do you say oil in a southern accent? Oil.
Oh.
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 You got some more oil.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't want to drive anymore. I can't see anything,
All right,
bro.
I can take the wheel or fruit. Rick, you want to
I'll take the wheel. It's my turn.
Fruit Rick, do your
That's my
time,
son.
man. I'll be guiding you, my son.
Hold on.
Just look for my beautiful, beautiful head.
Okay.
It says,
It shines
Women fear me,
brighter than the
fish love me.
sunlight. Oh God.
oh, very slowly,
Baby,
very
get out of the
slowly,
way.
my love. Oh
Sweetheart,
my goodness.
baby,
Oh
get out of the
goodness.
I got this. I got this.
Oh,
Oh,
you're stuck on the rock.
Dang it.
It's because you went
did
too far
real
to
good.
the left.
Hold on.
dang it.
I can't get out of the car. There we go.
Wait,
I'm bugging.
what
I'm
happened?
bugging out. I'm bugging out. I'm bugging. I'm bugging out.
You gotta pull the winch real
Oh, no.
hard, sweetheart.
Maybe I can give a
Let me try,
little
let me try.
give a little push from behind. Right.
Can you
I need
reach the
another
tree
winch
or do you
pull.
need the pole? Okay, don't move. I
might
got
need
it.
the
I got
pull.
it.
Let me try to
Okay.
reach the tree though.
Okay, that does nothing.
Oh yeah, we can reach the tree. Good news.
Oh, you can? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, nice,
I'm
nice,
just
nice.
worried
Never
about
mind.
how we're gonna get there.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's okay. I got it. I'll push it from behind.
Trust.
Trust.
I'll trust the process.
Push. Push.
Oh my God.
Push.
I
Push.
think we're in a little bit of a predicament, but that's okay.
There it goes. There it goes. Hey.
Oh, look at us! Okay, somebody get in the driver's seat. Somebody get in the driver's seat.
I
Somebody quickly
can't
in the
get
driver's
in.
seat.
I
My son
can't.
Rick, you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Oh, you got it.
You
got it.
gotta
Let's go.
drive on this wooden plank, all right? I'm gonna keep pulling you just in case, but you just gotta drive on it very carefully. Are you in gear 1?
I got. I hope so. Okay.
What do you mean? I hope
Okay.
so. Have you checked?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, stop.
I'm stopping. I'm trying to stop. I'm how do I park?
Press P.
Okay, got it. I got it.
Now give your father some uppies. I can't get in here.
Wait, do we need to unleash the winch? Oh no, that won't be good.
Good
Never
thing
mind.
I've been hitting the gym.
Thank
All right, here you go.
That's good.
All right.
That's good. I'm proud of you, son.
Here you go.
I'm
Thank
gonna make sure.
Really
I'm
saved
gonna
the day yet
go
again. I'm
control
so
and see
proud.
where we're supposed to drive next. Hold on, family.
Right.
Oh my
Looks for
goodness.
dragon,
What
looks for
incarnation
dragon.
is
Thank
this
you.
road?
What in tarnation is right?
Incarnation is this
Oh, sweetheart, I found the
road?
map.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's in the car passenger seat window.
That's wonderful, sweetheart.
Where even are we supposed to go?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna
What
look at the
is
map.
this?
Oh, I took the map. I took the map.
Oh no!
I meant to
Not the
look at
map.
it. I got
No.
it. I got it.
Okay.
So we're.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
where
I
we're
see
supposed
where
to go
we
now.
are.
Okay. So we can go this way, but the truck won't fit,
Give
so we're
him
gonna have to go to
pennies.
the left side.
Left
Okay.
side.
Do we need
Okay.
more planks?
Per chance. We're gonna have to go
Okay.
grab the planks from earlier.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Fruit Reek, you're gonna have to reverse a little bit so that you can make that turn while I move these planks for you.
All
Can I
right.
throw this? I sure can. Oh, we did it. I threw the map back in the truck.
Give me.
I got you, son.
I
I've also
got-
been lifting.
Ah.
Oh,
Oh. Nice.
I'm lagging.
Nice.
I told you I've been hitting the gym just as often. That's what happens when you're a stay-at-home mom. You gotta get those guns. And
Sweetheart,
by
I told you
guns,
get
I
that
mean
job
these
last
two
week,
babies
though,
right
didn't
here.
I?
Mwah,
You want me
mwah.
to back up now
I told you
or?
get that job last week, no?
Well,
What have you been
it
paying
didn't
for
quite
all
work
of
out.
All right. Okay, so Fruit, you're hold on, let me unwench you real quick.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was gonna.
You're
Okay, we're
gonna
good,
you're
okay.
gonna
Oh
go
my God, I
to
can't
the
believe the car stayed
right.
like this.
To the
So
left.
take the car out of park
Okay.
To the, to,
and then go
To the
to
l-
your right. Your right.
My right.
I
What
think
is-
you're
so where we're
reversing.
standing. Where
Where?
we're
Oh
standing.
no, reverse. Okay. My right.
You're just gonna see if you can make a left turn or right turn. Sorry, it's very hard when I'm facing you. Oh goodness! Slow down. Oh goodness! Oh goodness gracious! I think we're gonna need to winch this one, sweetheart.
Wait, hold on. Let me get the winch and poles. I don't know if we're gonna reach all the way over there. Oh, it's really hard to get up on the ladder.
Let me try. It's so close. It's so close.
What do I look like? I gotta see this.
Let's put it on top of the rock so that it's in like a really good acceptable spot, like right here.
Yeah, we need a winch pole though, and I can't climb the
car.
ladder.
Wait, the winch? You want the winch? I got it. I got
The winch poles
it.
are in the car.
I got it. I got it.
Perfect. Give that to your father.
Put it right here, my son.
Don't lose it again. The map. Well,
Alright.
I'll make sure to put it in the. Oh, there's a big wheel in the way. Right here. Put it right. Yeah. There we go. There's a nice.
What's the secret sauce to this? I can't
That's a great
drop
question. I don't know.
it.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
Oh,
Fruit,
nice.
get in the driver's seat
It's
right
really
now.
I can't drop this wheel.
Jump up and press Q. Jump up. There's a moth party in there. This is the hydraulics they be talking about. Our son! I got you, son.
Is the
Don't
RV
worry.
supposed to be a bucking bronco?
thank you.
I knew I could do that when we bought it.
I got you. Where'd I go?
All right, to the right, over here. I'll guide you.
To your mama.
Then where's my hands?
How do I drive to the
this
right?
Way.
I'm like, I can't even drive.
Oh, I'm on the floor. There we go.
Wait,
If
I'm
you
trying
need
to
me
go
to
right, but I
turn, just
can't
let me
go.
know.
I can't turn.
Hold on, son. Hold on, I got you. All right, try it. Oh goodness gracious, what's happening? Oh goodness.
Oh no.
All right.
It's okay. Your head's a little big, sweetheart. You gotta remember that. It gets stuck. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Are we almost stuck?
I think it's fine. This is workable.
My beautiful son, Fruit Rick, can you grab this winch controller?
Sure.
I'm gonna try and maneuver it while you're
You're gonna maneuver it. Okay, I'll guide you yet again.
There's this tree in my way.
Nice.
The tree in the way.
You're going too far.
Oh, don't worry about it. No, it's okay. Your beautiful mother will just winch me to the tree in front of us. It's good. It's fine.
That's right. You are okay. Give me winched on the front and the back. That's all we need. Thank you for the CP.
My son, you need to press T to toggle which winch is gonna go forward or backward. All right.
All right.
And your mother's just gonna let you know when the winch is attached, and we're just gonna go.
The winch is attached, so you can go ahead and pull it.
All right.
Wait, the front
Ready
one
when you are, son.
or the rear?
One, yes.
Front one. Okay. All right, let's go.
one.
Wee.
Oh, okay, stop.
How do I stop?
Stop pushing it.
Okay. I let go. I did. I really did. Okay, I'm gonna pull again.
Did we unwinch the back one?
Did we?
No,
We did.
we didn't.
No, we did, right?
Oh, we did. Oh.
Okay.
Oh goodness.
Okay, nice.
We did not
Okay, I let go. I let go
Back
already.
one's still winch.
Okay, gotta back it up. Back it up.
Worse. It's worse. Hey, yeah.
Okay. Okay, switch it to the back one again, and there we go.
Oh god. All right.
These controls are very confusing.
This is hard.
Hold on.
You got this, sweetheart. You're doing fantastic.
Oh no.
It's never looked better. Perfect driving skills, just like I knew it when we
Can
were
you
married.
unwinch the back one? Can you unwinch the back one?
Yeah, let me.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh god! That wasn't me!
Oh god.
Who did that?
Not me. This is not my remote.
Can you release the front winch? AKA
sure
left
can.
mouse button?
There, we're good, we're good. You're unwinched.
Wonderful. And we're up.
Monster truck driver.
I. Oh my. Oh my.
No! Are we back here? Oh my
god. This game's hard.
Can we start from the very beginning now that we know what we're doing?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's fine.
Restart from checkpoint. Can I restart from?
Choke this
If I
beer real
restart from
quick.
checkpoint, it's gonna restart us here.
Oh yeah. That's good
Oh
stuff.
man, do we have to make a?
Nuggets, canned nuggets. Is that a real thing? Canned nuggets? Can you actually have canned nuggets?
This is
Oh
the
no,
same
we have to. I have
spot,
to reset the
sweetie.
lobby.
Oh goodness.
We can just go from here. We'll go from
try
here.
again. Make sure to grab that bear spray inside.
Yeah, let's go get all that
Spray?
stuff.
Where's
While
the
I
bear
fix
spray?
the car a little bit.
I got a
little
burger
bit, yeah.
pack.
I had found some more scrap around. Let me go find it where it was before. Excuse me.
I'm gonna go tighten the wheels too, cause they're a little loose. Just a tiny bit.
Loose in the caboose.
Squeezy.
Loose in the caboose.
Where's the caboose?
Oh my god, this wheel almost like
We're
kicked
already
him off.
full of burgers.
I lagged. Hello?
Hello?
You good?
There we go.
What does it say
Alright, our
your ping is? Your
wheels
ping
are
is
fixed.
103.
Why?
I don't know. I
I
grabbed a
don't
bunch more
understand.
scrap. I grabbed 5 pieces of scrap.
Sweetheart, where'd you put the motor oil?
Oh, the motor oil? The motor
Motor
oil
oil.
is in the back. It
Oil.
should be in the back. Oh, sorry, son. Well, it was in the back.
For the beer.
Where
Don't
am I
mind if I do.
Bless you?
Bless you.
Bless you?
We got some bad news.
We don't
The
have
motor oil. The motor oil is not in there.
Oh,
Oh,
does
no.
Does it randomly spawn items? No, because the scrap.
No
The scrap was
way.
there.
Oh, Nemu step.
It spreads. It spreads like.
Oh no.
Got me too.
Never stop. Oh,
Look at this beautiful, beautiful clearing, my beautiful family.
It's gorgeous. It is, isn't it gorgeous? I kind of want to go for a swim in the lake, but I won't. We gotta hit the road soon.
I'm going. Ooh. Ooh. That's nice cool water. They'll never know I'm here. They'll never know I'm here. What's first your favorite game to play with friends? I like to play... My favorite game is probably Escape the Backrooms. That's my favorite one. I like taking my friends around the backrooms.
Bo.
Hello?
I didn't know you're here.
Uh-oh. Let me check something.
Hi, Strawby. What's up,
Oh, you can hear
Gladys?
me. Okay, cool. I
Yeah,
forgot
we can
to
hear
turn
you
on my mouth.
Your mouth?
My mouth muscle was not working.
Where's our motor
For the
oil?
water.
Yeah, the motor oil's gone. I don't know where it is. It used to be in the back, but it's no longer in the back. Did you drink the
that's
motor
alright.
oil?
Can't say it's my favorite. I
No,
prefer
it's not my
ice
favorite
cold
either.
beer.
It's a really bad flavor.
Ice cold beer.
I think we have to drive on without the motor oil because I don't know where it is.
Uh-oh.
I don't know either.
It's okay. Let's try. Ready,
I did pick up some more
fruit? Fruit Rick?
You ready to go for it, Rick?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Oh, I'm driving. Okay.
Good luck, sweetheart.
Oh, I forgot how to turn on the car.
Oh, let me go grab some bear spray just in case.
That sounds
Alright.
great.
We are all
Does this
good,
thing ever need
sweetheart.
gas?
No, I don't think so. I put a full tank before we left.
Good. That's good. Always ready. Now, if I press the clutch. Oh, that's. Oh, I see. Okay, we're gonna put it. In.
So one is on the
three.
far left.
Yeah, one's the far left,
And that's the slowest
like going
one.
real slow. Yeah, that's the
Yes.
slowest. Okay, okay. Oh my God, I'll
It'll be
learn how to
fine.
drive a manual by the time we're done with this trip.
And when we
I've
go
only ever driven
down the
automatic.
hill, make sure to put it in neutral, which is just the middle line,
Oh, the middle line.
the horizontal middle line.
You see, I did, and we weren't going very far. Do I do anything
No, it's
to
just
step on the
neutral.
gas?
So like, are you on neutral right now?
No, I'm in 3. Let me go to 4.
No, you have to start with the low numbers first. It's a slow progression, Strawberry.
Okay,
Go
so
to
I'm
1
in
and
1.
then 2. Yes.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Oh,
And then you
wow, we're
eventually
moving.
go upward.
Oh, I keep
You have to
letting
count.
go.
You have to do. You can't just skip orders when you're counting money.
You gotta drive the car.
Okay, here we go.
Good job.
Oh, that's much better.
Good
I've never
job.
driven a manual in my
Let's
life.
go.
Oh, you
Oh,
are
oh.
going way too fast, sweetheart. Oh, goodness gracious me.
You
We're
know me,
zooming.
I'm a little
Turn.
lead foot.
There's a tight
I'm a
turn.
little-
Be careful.
I'll take it nice and slow. I'm
I hear a
rolling
bear.
backwards a
I hear a
bit.
I hear bear
I hear
too.
bear.
honey.
Get the fuck out of here, bear. Fuck you.
Oh, thank goodness.
Fuck you.
I let go. Oh, I'll put it on park. I'll park. Okay, we're
Can you give me
good.
uppies?
A piece.
Uppies,
Give
me father
thank
uppies.
you. Okay.
Oh, how do I let go? Oh.
We don't have any more bear
Alright.
spray.
Uh-oh.
We're ruined after this. Oh,
All
goodness
right. We are
gracious.
ruined. Just a little bit, but it's okay. Who isn't a little bit ruined when you go on a road trip? Whatever.
Oh, I
think
got a
hit a
raid.
rock.
I got a raid. Oh, I got a double raid. Wait, is that double
Oh, hello,
raid?
double raid. Don't
that
worry,
double raid?
take care of it. You're.
Alright.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, so if we drink beer, it gives us a strength. Oh my god, you got triple
I
rated.
think I muted in the game now. Hello, my guys. Thank you so
Hello.
much for
No,
the
you're not.
raid. Welcome in.
But that's okay.
I'm sorry,
It's
that's
okay,
loud.
it's
Is
okay.
it
Keep
loud?
talking to
Oh
your
my
goat. Keep talking
gosh.
to your internet
What is
friends.
happening? How many
Oh,
raids?
what
It's
is
a
happening?
quadruple raid.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, thank you so much. Let's go.
I'm so
Oh,
proud of you, son.
Son, I knew these internet friends would get your back. Thank goodness.
my internet
I know our
friends.
son-
Demon
our son
Lord
Brad,
22357.
Oh, she's
Now she's muted.
Hi,
in the game.
Ninja
There we go.
King.
There she is.
You're all good though. If you wanna.
Wait, am I muted in the
You're
game
all
or
good, though.
am I muted? I guess I'm muted. Alright, thank you so much for the raid, Ninja
Foxy
King,
man,
Foxy
thank you for the
Fam,
follow.
Vixie,
I'm trying to wiggle
and
us out of here. It might need-
Luminette.
this
Thank you so much
might
for
be a
your
winching
raids. Thank you
kinda
so much. Thank you.
situation.
Welcome in.
Alright,
My name is.
sweetheart.
Might be.
Is it
While
loud?
she's taking
Maybe it's a little loud right now. Alright. My name is Fruit. I am a fruit entity of the Backrooms. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you for the follow, Neil and Vixie. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Infinite Gardens. My name is Fruit. I am a fruit entity of the Backrooms. Welcome, welcome. I love playing horror games. I love playing spooky games. Right now I'm playing Silent Hill, but today I'm just playing some RV there yet with some fruit friends. So thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I don't think my mods are here today. So I'll have to one by one do the shout outs, but thank you so much. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Who was first? Ninja Kitten, thank you so much. What are you guys doing? Were you guys also playing RV there yet? Oh yeah, you were. Yeah, thank you so much. This is our first time playing, so please be gentle. Please be gentle. How was the game? If you need to raid and run, I understand. Please go get some rest. I know it's probably pretty late. I mean, it's pretty late where I live, but yeah, it's probably pretty late. So thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let me give you the next shout out. Okay, shout out the Foxy Vamp. I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Do their thing while I type this out. I trust him. I trust him with my heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Well, I laughed too much. My asthma's been triggered. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you all had a good stream. Make sure you check out Strawberry Stardust and Severitas as well. They are also very awesome VTuber streamers, very talented. They're artists, they're musicians. They're very, very nice people. Oh, whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Tokoro. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright. Next is Vixie. Vixie Nocturne. How's the RV trip going? It's going. It's going. It's going. Also, I'm sorry if there's like a lag. My stream was lagging earlier. I don't know if it's lagging now. Luminette, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Infinite Gardens. And Foxy Vamp, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Infinite Gardens. Thank you, thank you. It's going. It's going. We destroyed the car like 3 times. Got chased by bears, bitten by snakes. It was great. the usual. The typical RV trip, right? How about you guys? How was your RV trip? I hope my stream's not lagging. I really hope it's not lagging. If it is, I'm sorry. If my stream is lagging, I'm sorry. I put in my chat. Alright. And the last one is Luminette. Luminette. Thank you so much. I think it is lagging. It feels like I'm like really behind. Horror, yes, horror. You also just finished RV there yet? It was lots of fun and chaos. Oh, nice. You finished? So you made it home. You made it home. Nice. Nice. We have yet to make it home. We're very far from home. I'm back. Am I talking?
Yeah.
Why are we laughing?
Restart like completely. Because Strawby just...
What happened?
Strawby heard the bear and then immediately crashed into a tree.
Oh no!
Rolling.
I think you have a bit of road in your tree.
Aww.
Okay. Yeah, let me restart the
Let's
restart
main
the whole
menu.
lobby over.
And then I'll grab you guys back in.
We get this done, guys. It's alright. Just a warm-up, right? Tis a warm-up. Tis but a scratch. We actually made it to the end. It was chaos. Yeah, I can already tell it's chaos. We've only been playing this for like 2 hours-ish. Maybe an hour and a half, and it's already so chaotic. It is so crazy. But I love it. I love the chaos. I hope we make it to the end. I really do hope. But yeah, it feels like my stream is lagging. Because it feels like I'm a little bit behind. Anyway, yeah. Lagging earlier. Oh, wow. What happened? Thank you for the follow, Darth Vader. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I guess this is fine. Okay.
Now we gotta go get our clothes.
Hello.
Clothes. Are we naked?
Hello.
Our clothes.
Nice and cool. Nice and cool. I'm glad there's no lag. I guess it's fixed.
The red hat is back.
Yay! My hat. Yeah.
Let me see how that
Get
looks.
out of here, Grandpa Hat. Yeah.
You look
You're so
great.
beautiful.
You look
That's
great,
why I love
son.
you.
Ah,
Listen.
thank you. Thank you.
Wait,
Thank
can
you.
you just
You're
look
the-
at me real quick? Sorry, just...
What? What's wrong?
Cartman from
Wait,
South
let me pull up your stream. I need to see.
What's going on?
Ooh, memento.
Huh?
This is such a great road trip.
It's so
It's
cute 'cause
great.
you're like
Sorry.
with the way you're posturing.
We're
so it's
rotund.
really funny.
Oh, whoa.
Let me make sure my sound is working. Okay, my sound is working indeed. Let's go.
Strawby,
Let's
toggle
go.
on and off your mic again. Now say something.
Is that better?
Oh,
that
her
good?
mouth doesn't move like Fruits does.
What? My
Oh,
moves?
does my mouth not?
Oh,
Yeah, yours
wow.
moves.
Ooh.
Oh, mine
Alright.
used to
Does
move.
mine move? at all?
Strappy's mouth is just permanently
am I
semi-open.
Yeah, you're just mouth breathing. You're just mouth breathing.
Mouth breather.
Oh, I'm so tired from this trip. I'm just.
All right, are we ready to get going?
Yeah. Put her up.
All right.
Let's get in the car. I'm terrified. Oh wait, do we have all the stuff that we need this time?
We gotta fill it up again.
Pack the car. Time to pack the RV.
Let's
We're
put
all
them
one
into the
apple
actual
tall.
cabinets.
Scrap.
Yeah, good idea.
Me.
Let's put
So
them
guys,
in
we did not
cabinets
do
instead
that
of
the first
having them
time.
fly
Some
around.
beer.
Sounds great to me.
Oh.
We definitely did
Oh,
not put
traffic
stuff
is
away last
rolling.
time, guys.
A wooden plank. Yeesh.
How can I
You think
miss
the
a point
barrel-
blank?
The
I
ball will
dislocated
do
my...
anything?
Maybe.
What?
Maybe we should
What?
go as a bear.
I'm okay.
Oh, I like this. There's gonna be breaking news in a moment. Type beat. Or maybe not. It changed from
walkie-talkie, but
breaking
not a
news
second
to
thing.
like
Can I put this somewhere?
to whatever. What is this? Is this
I
ska?
can't put
Is
it
this
here.
dubstep? What's happening?
Dubstep.
I'm put the manual in the.
Is this
in
Fruit Rick's friend dubstep?
Dubstep. That's my friend.
The fourth and final step, or third and final step.
Where's the final step?
Do we have everything?
Where's the third one?
Air
True.
step?
Secret third step somewhere. Wait, where do we put the plank?
Alright. Oh, we can put it on top, I think.
Okay. Thank you for the water, Luminette. Thank you. Pew, pew, pew.
We can't take the
Your mother's
kettle
jamming
with
out.
us?
Your
What?
mother's rocking out to the. Yeah.
Whatever she just said.
What is good? Is it good? Is it good enough to
Break
just put the
stats.
plank on the roof? Do I have to secure it?
I don't think
That made me a little dizzy.
so.
Alright,
long as
well.
it has
We have
an
an air
attack
freshener.
feature.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
This
there's
should
some
be
nuggets.
secured to the roof.
Hey, I'm gonna
We-
throw you some nuggies down.
I can't
Catch-
attach here. It says I
grab
can't
us some. Grab me. I'll grab. Holy shit! That went by at Mach 10 speed.
I used to be an MLB player.
Some
Remember,
water.
sweetheart?
That's right. It was amazing watching you play those football games.
Now look at us in the beautiful wow. What will
Wow, what?
the wow west.
Wow.
The
I
Wow
can't
Wow
do this
West.
accent anymore. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god, lotion!
So
Lotion.
what do we use the lotion for? Do we use it when we get sunburned? Can we get some?
I
I mean,
don't know.
we're all
Do we
pretty
get sunburned?
pasty.
Pasty.
look
Yeah,
at us.
we
could
lost
do
all the
with the
melanin because we
tan.
played for the Alaskan baseball team.
True.
Mm.
We moved to Alaska for your father, and now we're white as fuck.
Or white as ghosts.
That's why we're white as ghosts. We're haunting this house with our whiteness, Brian. So that's why we're in an RV.
Alright, I'm gonna start driving.
All right, I'm gonna close the door and I'm gonna put on my seatbelt.
Are we settled in, my beautiful family?
I'm settled
All
in.
settled in. I'm scared.
Let's get this drive going.
Yeah.
As long as I don't start like Fruit did earlier, I think we'll be okay.
What do you mean? What did I do?
It's okay.
You
I
hit like
crashed
3
immediately.
trees. I don't know.
Man, this car's faster
Maybe
than
I'm
it looks.
over-exaggerating.
This car does get some pretty fast. It's got some horses on it.
Got some of that horsepower.
Have you been playing that fancy little Uma Musume, as they say, Fruit Rick?
Uma Musume.
Yeah,
Oh my
Musume or
God,
whatever.
Honey, stop
What
the
the
car!
hell?
Honey, stop!
Oh,
Stop!
oh, goodness!
Stop!
What? What's happening?
Just got ran over.
Okay, we're good.
goodness.
There was a landslide. There was a oh wow.
Whoa.
That wow.
Fruit run.
It's fine. It's okay. We're good.
We're good. We're fine. We're fine.
Sweetheart,
Don't
can
worry
you check the map, please?
Yeah, I sure can. Wow.
Thank you.
Well, I'm feeling a little nauseous. Something went flying, but I'm not gonna worry about it.
Our RV's at full health. It's okay. We're fine. It's just those gaslighters. Try
Those
to keep you on your
gaslighters.
toes.
So we
Yeah,
left the
tippy
glamp
toes.
exit, and now we're gonna keep going straight on this road, and then we're gonna go in a big loop-de-loo. So when we get to the stop, we want to take we're gonna go straight on this one. There's a detour. We'll take the detour.
Take the detour. All right.
Take the detour.
These planks aren't exactly set up for us to take that
I'll go
detour.
set it up out there. Hold on. Let me get out my.
Thank you,
My
sweetheart.
seatbelt's really difficult. You're welcome. Me and your son, we got it.
We got it. How do we?
Now,
How
how
do
do you
do
want
this?
it?
How do we do this?
Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Oh, there we go. There's one. There's.
There's two.
That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
I don't think they're supposed to. Didn't we go to the right last time?
Yeah, but if
Right?
we go. Whoa. Here, take a look at the map.
Yeah, but it's like so hard to get off of this, didn't we? Or like because of the rocks. I
Go
mean, I
this
guess
way?
we could do a funny little like pivot, but
I think this is the only way. Let me look again.
It's just even good enough.
Why is it so hard to get in the door?
Let me try to straighten this out.
Wow, the RV looks beautiful when it's not completely
It's
busted.
pretty hard. It's supposed to be this hard.
It's very difficult to
Oh,
place these freaking wooden planks.
Man, this is so hard. It should
Oh
be
my
it should be an
goodness. Was I
Olympic
quiet?
sport.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I keep forgetting to unmute myself when I mute myself. I think this is the only way because when I looked at the map, if we go,
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
why do I not remember the rocks here?
the rocks were definitely here
Oh.
because our son was driving.
Oh,
Our son was on the wheel.
Do you want me to
There
do
we
it
go.
again?
Come on, son. You can do it, son. I believe in you. There's more planks over here too.
My God, we so
should've
Oh, we
hard.
have
Hard.
3 planks now. Let's go.
We got full planks, sweetheart.
Nixie, thank you so much for
Oh,
the
wow,
follow.
I've-
Is that good
I
enough?
think we have
rarely
one
ever
That's
more
good enough.
plank, don't we?
God, this is not sad. For me, it's sad. I like the flavor La Croix.
La Croix.
I like the
Okay,
plain is not the
ready?
best flavor. It's flavorless.
It's time
La
to start
We can all
going,
agree.
family.
Plain. There's a plain La Croix.
Plain La Croix is flavorless. I'm talking for flavor.
I really need to try that sunshine flavor. Hey.
Can we take these planks with us?
We.
You know, that sounds like a marvelous idea. I
Let's
think we should.
Let's
go grab it.
I'm gonna go grab
Let's
them.
try.
Yeah, let's go put them in the trunk. We got room.
Can we put them?
I'm
We can
stuck.
put them on top, right?
I
Oh.
couldn't get it to fit on top. I mean, it wouldn't
Let's
be
try.
secured, but
We can. Oh, I jumped too far.
too much momentum.
I forgot how strong my legs workout had been.
Uh-oh.
Oh goodness.
Can't attach
Can't
here.
attach. Oh, that's
Yeah.
sad.
Okay, never mind. I'm gonna put it in the truck. Surely
Yeah,
that'll
but is
be
it gonna
fine.
fit?
It'll fit. That's what a husband's supposed to say.
What?
That's
What
speaking
the
from
fuck?
experience.
What's going on?
Oh, that's
Can we
not
just,
what
like-
I meant. That is not.
That's what I thought you meant.
I did too. I was like, what is
I was like, whoa,
she?
strawberry. Strawberry
I
stardust.
literally
think-
meant. Oh god, it's even worse when I say it
Wait,
like
guys,
this. I
do you
literally
think we
meant the
can carry
wood
this
plank.
to, like, the next area?
Do we want to just walk it? That's a pretty far walk.
It's not that
Apologize
bad.
to everybody's chat. My
It's not that
bad.
bad.
And you
Just
went.
a bunch of
Cloudy is
wispy
staring me down. I didn't mean it like that.
Silently
You gotta
judging.
understand.
It's okay, my chat is
If looks
trained.
could-
They,
Your chat
they
is
can
trained.
handle it.
Far. Never mind, family. Just leave the planks there. It's quite far.
Okay. Go
Let's get
back to the
There'll be new
car.
planks, I'm
Take
sure.
a drag of your cigarette. It gives you a speed boost.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, nice.
Well, that sounds so nice. How do I do that again?
2. Alrighty. Let's get back in this car.
Ah, good stuff.
Don't do this at home, kids. It's not good for your lungs.
Ah,
Can
It's
we
not
get
good for your
inside?
lungs.
I take the long way
Car's wigging
around.
out.
Our car is wigging out. It looks
Open
fine.
hatch.
Let me check your ping.
Ah.
Your ping is a 102, and fruit
Oh.
stuff's 95.
Oh man.
Maybe I. Oh, goodbye, car. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
Oh man, that's not good.
No, I'm inside. We're good.
We're good. We're good.
Alright,
What do I do?
family.
Oh, I just put out my cigarette. Alrighty.
Alrighty.
I wonder what the what do you call it when the car stabilizes the bounce so you
Oh,
don't
it's
feel
those
it as
it's
much?
those damn snakes again.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
it's those snakes
I remember this place.
Let's go grab some spare parts, family.
Yeah, but watch out
Stupid
for the
snakes.
snakes. Don't
Let's
want a
be-
snake in your
be
boot.
very
Do you want to take an
careful.
EpiPen? Oh, 4.
Let's
Wait,
try
hold on.
not to
How
use
do
as
you...
many EpiPens. Oh, I hear
Okay.
it. Oh, goodness.
I hear him. Watch out.
It's
Watch
quite
out.
loud.
Watch
Here
your
I
toes.
am.
Watch your toes. Now, if I open the
Oh,
door...
I got
Oh no, no.
It's okay. It's
That's
okay.
okay. I'm safe.
That one's
Just
flying.
got the scamps.
Fro, I'm gonna throw this bear spray at you. You're
Okay.
gonna bring it back to the truck, alright?
Okay,
I'm gonna
alright.
sneak past.
Alright,
I'm
yo.
gonna
Where'd
sneak
it go?
past this one real quick, like. Ouch!
I'm
Yeah.
going. Oh
Oh dear lord! I'm okay. I'm
Mother.
okay. I'm only the 75% poisoned.
no. Oh.
Wait, I want the hat.
I can't
though.
get back in. Oh, I can't get back
You
in.
gotta risk it for the biscuit, sweetheart. I'm afraid to say.
Rattlesnake for dinner. Ish.
We got another pair of sunglasses here if you want it, son. My
Oh,
beautiful wife, would you
cute.
like a
Got the
new
cool
hat?
ones.
I would love a new hat.
どこに行こ
Up,
Ow,
what?
ow, fucking
う。この
bitch.
中でいいの
Oh, oh,
Bitch.
oh.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, you are. Oh,
Oh,
your
no.
father's real hurt.
Oh,
Your
no,
father's real hurt.
father.
Are you okay?
Take that.
Oh, oh.
Where's
Oh,
the
we're saving the
antidote?
game.
Is that,
Apparently,
is that
I
all?
guess
Where's the antidote go?
I don't know.
Antidote.
Did we have antidote? I thought it was just the EpiPen that we used.
The syringe was here. Oh, I see it. I see it.
You see it? You see it? You see
Take
it?
antidote.
A meat patty.
You go in the
Wow.
house already?
I'm gonna take this with us just
There-
in case we need extra.
Yeah, I took it. I took the second house. The second house is the only thing that had anything. All right,
Oh, okay, alright.
let's get going, family.
Let's go.
All right, let's get on the road.
Goodness, these gosh darn snakes.
These
My beautiful wife, could you give us uppies?
Oh, you need uppies?
Need some uppies,
Thanks.
There's
please.
one.
It's not like I want to or
There's two.
anything. Alright, alright, alright.
He literally, not like I
Not like I want it.
to, he says. It's just like when he was a little boy. He hated being the pick uppies. He hated the uppies.
You know what? I've had enough. I'm going in the bathroom.
All right, son. You
Go
go in
take
the
a shit.
bathroom.
Those burgers did not sit well with it. Oh goodness.
There's a tree going through my eyeballs.
It's just enrichment,
okay.
sweetheart. It's
It's
okay.
enrichment. It's enrichment. You're right. You're right. That's why we're in the great outdoors. Hey, wait. There's another stop. Should we grab scrap just in case? To the
Where?
left.
Right.
Let me get
Where?
out. I'll
Open
show
this
you.
door.
Make sure you park the car.
I
And watch
fucked
out for
the car.
bears. Oh, I'm lagging to all as heck.
Oh,
Right
oh,
here. There's a little
goodness
picky
gracious.
nicky table.
Oh.
A picky nicky.
And an antidote. And beer. Oh, how exciting!
What is that?
And nuggets.
Nuggets
bear
can.
spray?
My favorite.
All these little pit stops on the way.
Nothing.
Wow,
that
how did we
good,
miss that the
good,
first
nice
time?
I don't know.
nugget can can't fix.
Oh, the beer. Oh,
no,
wow.
no.
Bear spray's in the fridge. Now, who put the bear spray in the fridge? I'm gonna put it.
I just want it to be extra cool for the bear. You know.
That's true. You can make him nice and cold, real shock to his eyes. What do you mean I can't? Oh, I opened the beer. Well, time to drink it.
It's okay. It gives you a
Just
strength boost. So like, if we need to move our car, we can do
Oh.
that. I'm gonna put the antidote on the wall or in the cabinet up here. Okay?
Just like your mother. Relax.
Why was
Okay.
that so loud in my ear?
You gotta really enjoy your beer when you have it.
Let's keep an eye out for more scrap metal because it will definitely help later.
Okay, I'll keep my eyes open as long as there's no enrichment in them. Oh my god, there's music. What do you know? Man, it's like the Minecraft music. It comes on every 3 hours. Honey, what's that big pile of shit over there? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? It's like shit. Oh, look, it's this place. Oh my god, we got here so very fast.
Girl, you almost made me spit out my coffee. Wait, what?
Is that not what it's looked like? Maybe we're going to Poo Poo Point. That's a real place, and I'm not joking. That's a real place.
Is it real?
Yes,
Wait, for real?
I've been there.
Poo Poo Point.
People
Oh my
fly
goodness.
there. People,
PP
What
Island?
do you call it? Howdy. Yeah,
Those
there's
are all-
people have done the pee-pee to poo-poo trek.
to
Pee-pee point's in
poo-poo.
Maine. Poo-poo point is here in Washington, and people fly down it. What do you call it? Paraglide? They
Oh, it's a
parasail.
paragliding thing.
Oh.
Where's
They
the where's the extra
parasail from
scrap
Poo Poo
metal?
Point. I didn't see it. Oh wait, it's over here. I remember.
Coffee on these. Okay, here we go.
It's around these trees somewhere. Oh, here we are.
Oh,
Oh my god,
alright.
we're doing it. We're really. This is like an RV roguelike. Oh,
RV roguelike.
that's what it feels like. I got the scrap. Huh? Paragliding? It is paragliding. Paragliding, not parasailing. Parasailing's different. All right, we got all we need. Have everybody gone poo poo pee pee?
Ahead of you. You can drive the car, right?
Oh, I'm driving the car. Okay.
Just for a little bit. I believe in you.
Okay, I'll remember what happened last time.
Nah, it's very clear here. If you hit a tree, I'm gonna be quite surprised.
Well, you know me, I'm full of surprises. All right. Let me know when you're in the car. Oh. Now, how is everybody in the back seats feeling? How you feeling back there? Or are you drinking the beer? Are you nice and cozy in your seats in the bed engine?
Let me take a little.
Is that why they call it the engine bed? Is because it's where the bed is?
Is that safe? What if the engine bursts into flames in our sleep?
We'll be nice and warm. We won't ever go cold.
Nice and toasty.
Nice and toasty.
Perfect for the
roasty.
winter.
Come on, my family. You can do it. I believe in you.
You're waiting for
Oh,
us.
that's-
I was waiting for you,
Now
sweetheart.
I could be a big boy and sit in the front seat. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you can be a big boy and sit in the front seat. Now
Yeah.
I unpark it, and then I go into one, and then I drive. I can't believe she was waiting there the
I
entire
trust you, Mom. We got this.
I'm glad. That makes me feel so much more secure, son.
Please
Now,
don't kill us.
Do I take a left or I take a left?
A
I
left,
take
a
a left.
left.
Okay, a left. If I look.
All right, nice and easy. Nice and easy, Mom.
Don't worry.
Okay. Oh.
I'm trying. I'm gonna try not to hit your father. Okay, he's on the way. I'm not gonna. Okay, we're good. We're good.
All right.
Slow it down. Slow it down, Gladys.
Okay. I'm slowing it down. You know how I like to have lead foot. There was a bear around here.
Wait. Get up here and then park the car. I see like a little like house area.
I hear the bear.
Oh, the bear! Where's the bear's feet? Where is it? Where's the bear's feet? Where is it?
Oh, I'm gonna park the car.
Go. Where's the bear? Where's the bear?
I got it. Don't worry.
Get out of here!
Your mother's got it. Don't worry. We need a little bit of repairs. I parked the car. Park the car.
Turn off the engine.
Okay.
Oh my God! Golly goodness! It was running after me.
I saw it in the rear view mirror. I knew it was coming.
Oh,
I distracted it just to keep you guys safe. Don't worry.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Dad.
That's mighty brave of you.
Thank
So
you.
if we go, no, come with me. So if you see like down here, there's like a little lodging area. Oh no, is that where we were? Just kidding, I lied. Okay, that's safe.
I was gonna say that's where we were.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, we hit
Hey, give me the
that
water.
first.
I distracted the bear. It's
Let me drink
fine.
some water. Wait,
It's
hold on.
fine.
Okay.
I'll scout the area. Don't worry.
All right, I gotta start. Oh, I put the car.
Thank you.
Wait, gotta put the car in park, and then I can start the engine. How do I start the engine again?
Ooh.
There we go. Okay. Driving a vehicle is very difficult.
Vehicle.
Wow.
Vehicle.
Vehicle.
V-pickle?
Vehicle?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let me. Oh.
Huh?
It's okay. Don't worry, son. Don't worry, son. Nothing to worry about.
Wait, I'm not
back
sitting
up
in
a
my
little
big
bit.
boy seat.
Oh, make sure to sit down, sweetheart. I stopped the car. Oh. Here we go.
Go very slowly. Very, very slowly. Oh goodness.
I'm going very. Oh my God. I couldn't see you for a second. I thought you were gone.
All right, you gotta line up with this bridge, and I gotta get in the car, okay, sweetheart? Hold on.
Fire bear!
Honey.
Somebody
get the
Where's the bug spray? I'm
Okay,
the bug spray.
I got it. You motherfucker, get out of here.
It's okay. I'll fix. Oh shoot. Do we need a? Oh yeah, we need a little bit.
Stupid ass bear.
Oh, ow.
That's much
This
better.
bullshit.
Oh, sorry, my sweetheart. I
Oh.
didn't mean to bang him.
Wait, it's
your
right here.
brains
It's right here.
out.
Shabby. It's right here.
Huh?
There's a missing piece here.
Oh.
See my
well, there's a
floating
big.
hand?
I didn't know you can
There's a
point
real.
like that.
Wow,
And then there's
I
one
didn't know you
here.
could have
One here.
busy body fingers. No. There's a really big broken side on the other side over here. Look at this. Ouch!
Oh goodness.
Oh, I stepped in
Oh.
thorns. Oh, my bones are
Oh.
broken. I might
Thorns.
die any second. We might have to take your mother to the hospital.
Oh no.
Nah, it's okay. You got one more
Hospital.
thing to fix, sweetheart.
Alright, I'll do that right before I die. Make sure I have my rear view mirrors up. Alright, let me... Alright, I won't bonk your brains out this time, I swear. Alright, oh, put it in the...
Are you inside? You're inside? You're inside? Okay.
Yes. Oh.
What's going on?
Why?
Sweetheart.
What is happening?
Sweetheart.
I didn't think I would.
I have to save our son. Honey, continue the road trip without me. I'm coming for it.
I don't know! Mother! Mother! Oh my God! No! Mom!
You know?
The truck
that hurt a little
you. Oh no!
How is the car not destroyed? Hey, that
I don't
healed me
know.
for some reason.
Oh, thank
I feel
you.
much better. I feel much better. I needed that.
BP saying, I can't believe I just witnessed an execution.
I know it fell on me piano style.
I didn't think I would fall out.
You gotta move out of the way, my son. Oh my goodness.
You're gonna get big bonked on the head. I tell you, Daddy doesn't know where he's looking all the time. And sometimes he's gonna big bonk you on the
You
head and lose some
cannot
brain
keep
cells.
walking in front of me, bro.
It's so hard.
I just love you so much. I just want to be right next to you. Right in front of you, actually.
Oh, I wish I I couldn't even speak when I saw the RV coming down towards my face.
It's okay, I got it perfectly
like,
on stream,
oh,
so
no.
I'll clip it later.
Where are we going?
Are we going over this cliff?
Oh, maybe. Let's
Oh, the car survived.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
It fell out of the car.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Well, this
I think
worked.
I'm here, bear again.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Nothing scary.
The bear won't follow us. Oh!
No, it's
The
fine.
ceiling
It's fine.
collapsed.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. You keep driving, sweetheart. Don't you get distracted.
We can't
oh,
fix
shit, I
it,
dropped the remote.
sweetheart. We have no more
Oh,
parts.
we're no more scrap. Oh dear heavens. Oh goodness gracious.
We're going
oh,
off
God.
road, everyone.
I need my seatbelt.
Can we restart? Can we restart?
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh,
sweetheart.
yeah.
Let me get a hold of God, and let's restart from the checkpoint.
What is this game? It's so chaotic, guys. What is going on?
Oh, tell me we're back in the bridge. Oh gosh, darn it. Gosh darn it, we gotta grab all that
goodness.
scrap. Why is this the checkpoint? Why can't the checkpoint be closer to the...
Mom, Dad, are we ever gonna get
Bridge.
home?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
will,
yeah.
son.
Don't worry about it. It's just been a long time since we last rode. We've been here for like months, son.
What? Oh no.
We were here
Trapped
for
in
your
the-
long vacation to celebrate you graduating from boarding school.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Graduated from boarding school.
It's been 10 years since I graduated.
Yeah, it was a little
I know.
overdue, don't
And why
you
does it
agree,
say,
son?
watch what you do with that Neil, son. Don't poke your eyes.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
I don't know why it
excuse
says something went wrong. Couldn't find that clip. What the heck? Why isn't it working?
Oh no.
What the heckies? Oh well. Well, we'll be able to get it eventually. Thank you. Thank you, Happy. Thank you
Scram.
kindly. I can't even speak anymore. I'm in so much shock from that RV. Guys, I had a terrible, terrible dream that your father veered off the edge of a bridge.
I had a terrible, terrible dream that our son Fruit Rig fell out of the car on purpose.
You
And
know, I
then
had
you
that dream-
followed him.
Yeah, and then there was suddenly I woke up. I almost woke up right after the RV hit my face. It was crazy.
It's a crazy dream, Mom.
Are we all settled? Can we close the door?
Alright,
Just wanted a
alright.
nice breeze
We good.
for the ride.
Oh my goodness.
We can be
Just
like
open the
those.
window next time. Oh,
You-
the
you
scrap
PS
metal
There's
right
some
truck
there.
scrap. Hold
drivers.
on, let me get out of the car. I'll get some scrap.
UPS style.
I hear
Leave
the
the door
bear.
opened.
I'm
Quickly,
afraid of the
quickly.
bear.
Grab
Don't
the
worry.
grab
if
the
the
bear spray in advance.
Yeah, I'll have it ready in my hands, and I'm gonna sit down. Also, this bear.
Braised bear?
Can't speak anymore.
Braised?
This bear spray looks mighty suspicious. I'm just gonna say once, and I'm never gonna say it again. I got that thing on me. I keep that thing on me all the time.
Mm-mm.
Out in bear country,
Oh,
you better
goodness.
believe it.
Keep that thing
Now you can-
strapped on you,
you-
just like I love.
Yeah, I got that thing strapped on. Alright, if I remember correctly, in my dreams, this is where the bear appeared in my rear view mirror. So I'm gonna look out the
Keep
rear
that
of
thing
the car.
on you, Giggle McShitter. I appreciate you
Yeah.
for follow.
That's a
Hey,
great name.
Giggle
Giggle
McShitter.
McShitter.
You're so right. You're so right, Giggle McShitter.
Keep that
Keep
thing.
that motherfucking thing on me,
Keep
trash
that-
can.
Thing.
That's
All
right.
right, here it is. I hear that
I'm gonna
bear.
buckle in this time.
Ugh.
I'm a little scared.
Oh,
Sweetheart,
God,
I'm
no,
a little-
Oh,
no. Why? Why?
What is it?
It's okay if we all go to the other side of the vehicle.
Fruit?
No.
Fruit. I'm gonna tell you something. You're gonna open the top hatch of the car. You're gonna get out. You're gonna winch us to a tree, okay?
Okay. How do I get out?
You got this, son.
How do I reach?
Here, I'll
I'm
throw
too
you.
short. Oh, thank
I'm
you.
gonna aim
Give
you
him some
out.
uppies.
I'm
Give him some
gonna aim you
uppies.
out
All right.
that way.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Wonderful.
Perfect throw.
Okay, I'm gonna
wait.
sit down on the other side of the car.
Now, winch
Front
us
or back?
Winch us to a tree. The front. We gotta get past this bitch.
Giggle McShitter, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow, kindly.
Welcome to the
Kindly
Infinite
I appreciate
Guardians.
you, Giggle McShitter. I hope you're having a
We
wonderful
appreciate
day.
you out here.
What tree are we trying for? Wait,
And
which?
whatever's closest, sweetheart. Whatever's closest.
There's no okay,
If you need, I'm stuck in my seat.
I hope
I'm
that's
stuck
good
in my
enough.
seat.
Oh,
Alright, it is
Okay,
hooked.
get that winch up.
I'm gonna. I got the remote. I'll turn it on. We're at the front. We're going.
Ow!
We're going. Pull.
She just ran into the bush.
Just,
Dead.
just pull. Pull real good. Press on the gas, sweetheart. I got
I'm
the remote
doing it,
commander in my
sweetie.
hands.
You're doing
I'm doing it.
Just a little more.
I'm trying my best.
Oh, no!
Alright,
Hey, yo.
Stop.
Don't run over your
And
son now.
Oh, beautiful. We did it.
Let's fix this
Out
car.
of
Where's
my
the motor
nightmares
oil
did
at?
not come true. Did you unrelease the winch?
Yes, I did.
And watch out, there's some
gotta repair the
Pokebeans,
engine.
Poke plants over here.
There we
I like
go.
those Pokemons in the
Mine's big.
Pokemon Poke games.
Okay, family, you
We're
just
all
let me know
released.
when you're ready to go.
Oh God!
Oh,
oh,
Mother! Oh no, Mother! It's okay, got you, alright? It's gonna
I tripped
sting
over
a
the
little.
Poke bushes. Can you help me up, son?
No.
Oh, that's much better, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, here you
Here
go.
you-
I'll give you an uppy, sweetheart. Oh, wait, hold, stay still,
Ah,
sweetheart. Sweetheart.
No, it's okay. I made a different
Okay, you
entry.
come through the
Let's
hatch.
close this
Okay, I'm
hatch
gonna close the
now.
door. All right, we made it. Oh,
right.
Jesus Christ. Oh,
We're all good to go.
we're good. Watch out for that rock. Yeah, we're doing great. My leg's only a little broken.
Only a little bit. It's all right, sweetie. You'll be good.
Put some
You just
spin
put
on
it
it.
out.
On this
in a
road like a
jiffy.
roller coaster. I just want to talk.
These wides are a little too windy for me.
I know. Get your
Oh,
little car
oh,
sick.
Hello, cousin. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, these are your cousin folk. I forgot.
Did you say
Now
hi
watch
to cousin
out. You
Ricky
might
by
enrich
chance?
us a little bit. There we go. Enrichment. We passed it. We're good.
I can't.
More
Excuse me.
sweetheart.
Now you.
I trust you with
goodness.
our lives. I wouldn't have married you otherwise. I am full of trust right now. I have no
I need to see
no
what's...
The more
fear.
you make me laugh, the more I'm gonna press the wrong thing. Stop it.
Alright.
Okay,
Nice.
No fear.
Solid.
Look, we're past the pooper point.
Am I supposed to go to the
It
right?
do look like
I think
Dookie.
so. Oh, let me look at the map. That's right. I should look at Google Maps. Okay.
Oh, hold on one second. Let me adjust this car real quick.
Now this map is very confusing. We do go.
Oh,
I don't know where the road is, but I think we go up the road a little bit more, and then we're gonna take a left.
a left. All right.
A left.
I can't take this game seriously. how do we default into these voices?
It's too easy once you start. Yeah. Here is where we take the left. I'm pretty sure. Oh shoot! Don't worry about it. Just. Oh yeah, this is
going
where
on?
we
It's a
take
little-
that hard left. Hard left.
I can't really see. I'm too short, honey. I'm so
I
sorry.
know I'm a little short too, but oh yeah, keep turning to the left. You're doing great. You're doing yeah.
You're doing fantastic.
No regrets.
Can you check the owner's manual of the RV and see what that blue thing means?
I hear a bear.
What?
I'm just saying.
What?
I hear a
For real?
bit of a bear.
I got the bear spray.
Next page.
Park car
Now it shows
ride.
what it means. It means we have to. Wait.
Help! Mom!
What's
Dad!
happening?
Oh, okay.
What happened? What happened? What happened to you? Why did you start freaking out? What happened?
I don't know. I
happened,
can't
sweetheart?
move. I'm stuck in the floor.
Oh.
Somebody.
Oh my goodness. Oh, sweetheart, hold on. Hold on. Let me set
Can you
let me
grab
set you
our
down
son?
outside. Oh,
Oh.
are you look a little flaccid, I'm not gonna lie.
Flaccid.
She's a loose noodle over here.
Oh no.
Do you need some antidote or something? Or maybe you need a drink. Sit down.
I just need a cool can of beer.
Alright, I'll get you one of those. I'll get you one of those, son. Don't you worry.
What is wrong with my arm? Oh, where did my bones go?
It's because your bones are kind of gone.
What?
So the blue thing means we need to weld something under the car.
Well?
Or the wheels, one or the other.
Am I cured now? I'm
something.
cured.
There's a
No,
little...
the tires are yellow, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, let me look at the blue thing again. I do not know what it means. Hold on. Here. Oh. I don't think we have what that is. We gotta.
I got more motor oil. Do we need more?
We gotta go to the mechanic
Mechanic.
and lift it up. Here, you gotta look at this picture. You gotta look at this
Let me
picture.
see.
Thank you, Peanut Butter. The Stardust.
Oh, we do need a welder. Is it because our axle is kind of jacked up? Oh, whatever. Moving on. You guys remember exactly what we were supposed to do here? Wonderful. You got the winch. I'm gonna go set up those planks. Oh, we have another antidote also.
Antidote.
Let me get the antidote in. I can't keep doing this voice, man. It's enough. I'm done. Window, close window. Open hatch. Close. Is there any more room?
Nemo step.
Okay, there you go. Nemo step.
Nemo step. Oh.
Is our beautiful... Oh, sorry, son. Is my wife muted on purpose, or is she trying to figure out what is happening?
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot to unstitch my... to unzip my lips.
Unstitch. Oh god.
Unzip my lips. I zipped my lips because, you know, sometimes you gotta let the men folk think.
Oh.
What?
What?
That's
Sweetheart,
some
are
shit
you gonna
my
drive
grandma
the-
would say.
The planks?
Oh, yeah, I
Are
can
you
get
gonna
back.
drive the car?
Oh, I can drive the car, sure.
Yeah, I believe
Whether or
you.
not
You
it'll
can do
go
it.
well is another thing. Oh, here's
You
what
can
do
just
we
follow
use the ramps for?
the visual, my beautiful.
I see your vision. I see your vision.
Piece of wood.
Plank.
Don't worry.
It's like my original form with like the wood.
No.
I see you holding up that one plank straight above your... Okay.
All right.
Hi, honey.
Alright, I'm gonna line it up. Oh, I'm going a little fast. Hold on, I put a little too much gas on the
Mom,
gas.
to your left, 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 to your left. Come this way.
I'm going backwards
this
for
way.
some reason. Okay, now watch out, sweetie. I might run you
oh,
over.
oh my god, oh my god. Okay, don't move. Don't keep going, sweetheart. Yep, just up, yep, up.
Oh.
Oh,
Keep going up. Oh,
I feel
go
like
to, go
I'm
to your right.
turning
Go to your right.
to my right.
No, you're all good, sweetie.
The car won't go to
yeah.
the right.
Oh no.
Okay,
Okay, did it. You kind did it. Okay.
Okay, it's
Okay.
fine. Just reverse and turn the wheel to your right.
Okay.
What? I don't know how you're reversing forward, but I'm impressed.
I don't know either. I didn't think it was possible. I'm sure in reverse though.
All right,
Oh,
don't,
hey, what do
don't
you?
move, sweetie.
I'm gonna put it in
You're
park.
gonna no, keep reversing so that you face me.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and then we'll make a new ramp for you.
Okay.
I think your mother's stuck in.
I think I'm
On the
stuck.
mud.
I got you.
Son,
Can you
gas into it.
drink some beer and push that car up?
Oh, okay. It's a beer time.
Oh yeah, get some of that super strength.
Can't believe you're encouraging your 18-year-old son to drink. I'll do it.
It's okay. We live in Mexico. It's fine.
I was gonna say we're from Europe, but that works too.
Where did I put this beer? Okay, here it goes. Okay.
You won't go to La Pinta. Not on my watch.
La Pinta. Yeah, let me take a chug. Ugh.
Sweetheart, you're turning the wrong way.
All right, push. Push.
Oh dear. Oh wait. Wait. Oh wow. Honey,
it too
you're real
far?
strong.
No, that's
Too far?
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Now go forward and turn towards me, honey.
Okay.
Where's your voice?
Because the car stopped and I didn't stop it.
This is the hardest part. Just maneuvering this fucking corner.
Hold on.
Oh no! I don't have enough beer.
I don't have to be in reverse. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's better. Okay.
Putting on the antidote.
Oh dear.
True.
You me. Wait, honey, I think that plank's not gonna be suitable for
No, it's okay. I got
maybe.
one more.
And Fruit Rick, I'm gonna need another push.
Push again.
So I'm giving it all she's got, and she's not going.
More beer.
More beer.
More beer.
More beer. Break it. There's more in the fridge.
Gonna release all the beer. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me close the end. Okay. I'm gonna push you.
Turn to the left.
I'm gonna push you once.
Push. Yeah,
Okay,
push
hold
me
on.
once.
Let me chug a
I'm
little.
right here, sweetie.
I'm gonna push once.
I know,
Ready?
I'm looking at you.
Go.
Ready. That's perfect. Fruit Rick. Maybe one more little bit.
One more little bit.
Oh,
Okay, ready?
That's good.
One more. One more.
Oh, it's just like on your birthday. Oh, one more.
Push! Oh yeah!
There we go.
My
I don't know
birthday.
why the car's drifting that way. We're drifting.
Oh,
I'm just gonna drive. All right, one more. Oh, wow. Where did your father go? He blinked out of existence.
I took a lot of damage.
Oh no!
There. It's alright though.
Which? Okay, push again.
How do I put this up? Okay, I'm gonna
You can
winch
try
you
pushing
up.
us a little bit to the left. Oh yeah, the winch.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna winch you.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Wonderful. I'm gonna grab that controller now. That fancy dancy controller.
I still can't get over like your birthday.
That was crazy. She's been making so many like birth jokes recently.
It was just the twice. Okay, we're good. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Yeah, a little bit more so I can get a little bit. Okay, stop. Yeah, that's good.
Oh,
Okay,
this is progress.
We're making work. We're doing good work here. Now I'm sure I just have to turn to the right and everything will be fine.
Can you
Let me know when I'm on.
A winch.
Yeah, unwinch me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, slow down, honey.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, we still gotta
Oh my
put more
God.
ramps down. Slow down, honey. Park the. Oh goodness, honey.
Gotta winch again.
Slow it down.
There we go. Hold on. I'm just giving a little inch of gas as I go. Just
There's some more
inching
planks.
the gas pedal.
Wait, honey.
Wait, don't go,
Honey, park the car. Honey, park the car.
Park the car.
Park the car.
It's like a freaking jungle gym.
Yeah, where do I put this?
Don't
It's like a
move,
jungle
honey.
gym.
We gotta move the
Okay,
planks
perfect.
over, okay? Don't
Got
move.
it. I understand.
Can you
My
give me
throat's gonna be
uppies?
so dry.
Do
Gotta
this.
Oh
Give me some water.
goodness. How do we get you up there?
Ugh.
Water.
We just need to get you, Strawby. We just gotta get
Yeah?
you to take the right.
Um.
Go to the left over here. You see me over here?
The left. All right, I'll try going left.
There's an easy little. Oh, okay. I didn't mean now.
Oh, I thought you meant now.
Fuck. Okay. Well.
I go reverse.
Can we winch into a tree? Up here?
I should probably go to the left now, honey.
The left? Are you sure?
Go to the left. Yes, there's a
Okay.
little ramp over there. I promise.
Okay. I'll go to the left. I'll go to the left.
Lordy.
Oh Lord.
Oh lordy.
Goodness gracious.
Do you think I can go up?
Oh,
Do you think I can go up this rock?
goodness. Oh,
Hold on now. Hold on now.
golly
Hold on now.
Jesus.
What's that
I'm learning,
door?
I'm
Oh,
learning, I'm
gosh.
learning. Oh, the winch. I see the winch.
I got you.
well,
I winched you.
Okay, good.
You're just gonna
okay,
have to
good. That's
drive
great.
to the left, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna drive to the left.
You're gonna
That seems easy
just
enough.
son, could you give me uppies by chance? Stand right here.
Where are you? Oh, yeah.
Give me
I got you,
uppies.
I can't reach you,
Driving
Dad.
this car ain't no
What?
easy feat.
What?
Right here, son.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Doop.
Let me go. It's a sound in Minecraft. Did you guys know that?
Huh?
When you jump on the grass in this game, it sounds like the wool sound in Minecraft.
Oh, it kind of does.
Like a
You're
carpet.
right.
Hold on, let me put this beer away. There's a lot of loose beer on this on the floor.
Sorry, I was telling Fruit Rick to drink up so he could help me push the car.
I released the beer.
All right,
I'm sorry.
Strawby, you're just gonna have to keep driving left, all right? Don't
All right, I
hit
got
that
the wheel
rock.
turned all the way to the
Oh,
left.
I missed it.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Now, do I stop or do I keep going?
Now start going to your right now, okay?
I'm going all the way to the right. I'm going.
Oh.
We're fine.
Nice.
We're
I think we're
fine.
fine.
Yeah.
We did it. Now just a little bit more.
Let me unwinch you, okay? Let me unwinch you.
Okay.
Can you make it? Can you make it on your own, sweetie?
Let me
No?
try putting it into the next year. That doesn't help.
Start at 1 and then go up by counting your numbers, honey.
I was counting my numbers, but it didn't seem like the numbers were doing much. This you know, this is as they say, it's not doing. It's not
A
doing
winch
numbers.
pool?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Put them
yeah.
up at the top of the mountain.
If I
here.
back up a little
Alright,
bit, will it
I'm gonna
destroy the
start
back
pulling.
of the car?
Yes.
You ready?
Don't do that, please.
All right, well, I'm gonna pull now.
You know, we haven't used the flip-o-matic yet.
No, we need the winch pole.
Oh,
The winch remote.
I thought you said. I thought you said winch
Oh, it's okay.
pool.
Oh no, I can see that too. Don't worry. Don't worry, Fruit Rick.
I can't
Sometimes
get
your father
out.
mumbles and I mumble. I forget about your
Mama,
gentle ears.
drive forward so she can get out the doorway, please.
Thank you. Okay, where I put this here?
Put it right in that right there. Yeah, that's perfect. All right,
Oh,
now
perfect.
we do the remote. Oh, that's so
I
funny.
thought you said wedge pull, me like a pool,
Lead
like
uppy?
P-U-L-L
Here,
pull.
hold on, I'm coming. I got there. Why
Thank
do I
you.
pick you up like a
I was just
baby? It's so
grabbing-
weird. Apple tall. Give it a little gas, Yeah! We're getting
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I got my hand on the Prindle. We're making it. We're making our way. Why am I tilting?
Oh, what started
Uh-oh.
to?
I'm going. Park the car. Okay, it's fine.
Maybe we should have put it further back. Is this mud? You get
I'll
stuck
drive
in
to the
this?
left so I don't run
Okay.
over the. Run over the. There seems to be physics on that thing. Oh. Oh dear lord. Oh dear lord. Hold
Uh-oh.
on.
Honey,
Hold Dear Lord, have
Honey,
mercy.
I believe in you. I believe in
I
you,
think
honey.
we gotta get rid of the winch pole. I'm not gonna lie.
Gradually start counting.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm
goodness.
counting.
Oh, golly.
Oh
I'm stuck on the
no.
winch pole.
Eh.
I get another winch pole.
Once you hook it.
Get unhook it.
I'll park it. I'm in park. There
On
we go.
the hill? Honey.
Yeah, that way you can get a further winch pole so I don't keep running this shit over.
Alright, can you
I'm
remove
floating.
the winch, please?
Remove it.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah,
fine.
like
Sure?
unhook it, unhook it. Yeah, just unhook it. Should be
It should be
fine.
fine for Rick.
No, it's fine.
Alright.
I think we put the winch pole too close.
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
gotta be
alright.
farther
Let's
so I
try
don't run
again.
it over.
Let's try again. It's alright, honey. I believe in you. What if I
We're
put
close.
you to
We're close. We got this.
to a
Are the
closer
doors
tree.
wide
Fall the
open?
tree.
The doors are wide open.
Wait. The doors. Okay, got it.
There we go. Okay, I'm in park. I mean,
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put a bark and that should be good.
Unhook it, Fruit Rick.
Unhook
We
it.
did it.
Got it.
Did teamwork.
Oh, good. No!
Take the remote, honey. Honey, I don't trust you with this car anymore. Oh my
sweetheart, I don't know what
goodness.
happened. I put it in
Why'd
park.
you get out of the car, honey? Why did you do that?
Because I needed to check the
God.
phone.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I tell her to do one thing.
I needed to check just in case. Oh goodness.
I can't believe you.
That's the door open
I
again.
can't believe you. Get the car out of the damn park. Turn on the engine right now.
There we go. It's out. It's out. We'll make it. Don't worry, hun. Don't worry.
bro.
Yeah.
I hate you so bad.
Alright, nice, nice,
It was 1
nice.
second. The car was parked. The car was parked,
Nice.
bro. All right, I'm locked in the seat. I'm not leaving the seat for fear of what might happen. For fear
Get
my
out of the
husband
seat
might beat
before
me
I
to death.
punch you. Get out of the seat now.
Oh damn. Okay. Well, she might
Fruit
beat me to
Rick,
death
you're
anyway.
driving.
Oh, I'm
Alright.
driving.
You're
Alright, I'm driving. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Golly gracious, your mother is giving me a heart attack. I
He
can't
gave you a heart
fucking
attack.
do
Give me
this.
a heart
Alright.
attack all the time. Don't worry.
Which way do we go?
This is our
A
wedding
little
day.
bit to your right.
A little bit to my right. Okay, hold on. Let me do this. How do I get out of park? Okay. A little bit to the right.
Oh my god.
I can't even. Okay. Why am I
You
stuck?
got this. You got this, Fruit Rick. Now, honey, where are you
Come on,
going?
Fruit Rick.
Why am I drifting?
Fruit Rick, I believe in you. Look at me. Look at me, Fruit Rick.
I can barely see you. I'm too short.
I know.
Fruit Rick, I believe in you. Look
Why
at
is
me. Look
this
at me on
not
top of this
moving?
rock, Fruit Rick. Oh, there's more scrap metal. Wait a second. Well, keep driving, son. I believe in you.
I literally cannot move the car. What?
Why? What's wrong?
I don't know.
wrong?
It's stuck on something.
Oh
Why?
my God.
Wait. I can't even reverse. Huh?
Honey, it looks like you need to drink some beer again. Push that thing around. Or I'll winch it. Hold on 1 second. Let me put this map away.
I'm doing shit.
Oh, honey's gonna be pushing you through. It's fine. Go to all the way to the left. Thank you, honey. I got you, honey. I'll throw you up there. There you go.
I can't
Strawby, we can't hear
hear
you, by the
Strawby.
I forgot. Sorry. Now, how do I push it? Oh, control, right? Oh, F.
No, it's F.
There
Am
we
I supposed
go.
to be
It's supposed to
driving?
push her front left wheel. Her front left wheel. Her front left wheel.
All
not
right,
the
all
back
right,
one.
all
Oh my
right,
God.
all right. The
Which-
beer's worn off. Hold on, I need one more.
Oh. Am I supposed to be driving, doing something, or do I just sit here?
Drive to your
Right?
to your right. Fruit
Right?
step.
Okay, yeah.
Fruit
A
Rick.
big
Sorry,
old
I don't know
push.
who Fruit
Fruit,
on
Step.
the-
fruit step. Who's fruit step?
Keep going, honey. Keep
Go
yep.
Fruit.
Keep going.
Oh, Fruit Rick.
Oh, Is everything okay? Ah! Right for the park. Hello? I can't hear anyone anymore. Hello? Huh? Did the game freeze?
Don't move.
Oh no! Oh no! What happened?
Don't move.
It's okay, don't worry about it, son. Don't
My
worry
game
about it, son.
froze
Don't
for a
worry.
second.
Your mom and pop will take care of it. Your mama and pop will take care of it. Don't worry about it, son. Don't worry about
It
it.
literally froze for like a whole minute. I don't know what happened.
Oh, it froze! Oh no, her game froze!
What?
Her game froze! Don't worry, I'll take... Oh, you got the wheel? Okay, you take the wheel.
It's like I woke up and all of a sudden I'm hanging over a crevice.
Honey, can you unwinch our...
What is going on?
Unwinch
Yeah, I
the
can
back,
unwinch 'em.
please?
Yeah, hold
Thank
on.
you.
I'm picking up an extra EpiPen and I'm getting us some motor oil.
Motorola.
Motor
Motor oil.
I'm gonna unwinch the back
Alright.
now.
You got it?
I
There we
got
go.
it.
Okay.
Honey, you're holding on the...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help.
Alright, Fruit Rick. If you could give your family some uppies.
Oh, you
Thanks,
made
son.
it. There you go.
I made
All right.
it. It's sitting nice
All right,
and
your turn,
cozy in the
Dad.
back.
Alright.
I'm gonna watch you. Alright, I'll be supervised.
Alright,
Just
supervised
like when you learn
driving.
to drive for the first time.
Yeah.
Go to your right, okay, Fruit Rick?
Alright, to the right. To the right it is.
And drive forward. I don't know if you're still reversing. I don't know what's going on.
I'm on one. I'm on one.
Okay. You're on one. Let's go.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, stop. You're turning the wrong way. Stop.
Okay. You should do it, Dad.
I'm
I don't know
gonna
what I-
Why don't you
winch
take the
you.
wheel?
I'm gonna winch you.
Oh, you
Honey,
get
can
winches,
you take
okay.
the winch controller and pull her forward?
Yeah. Alright.
Thank you.
Forward? Are we on the rear or the front? Or, yeah.
The front.
Alright.
And keep going. Oh, Fruit Rick,
Alright.
don't move.
I will
Fruit Rick,
not
don't
move.
All right.
I'm not moving.
All right, you're all good now. You can drive forward safely. I hope.
Okay. Taking it
Can you see
slow.
me, Fruit Rick?
I see you.
Well, that's good. I can't see. I can't see
Okay.
her at all.
Park the
Ooh,
car now. Park it. I want you to get out of
Don't
the car
worry.
and look at where we're going next.
Okay, that's smart. Oh,
Oh.
God!
It's just like
Do you
a
want
water
me
slide.
to do this one?
Yeah. I trust you with this.
Alright, we'll be down at the floor. Watching you.
I'll be over here on the side.
Goodness
The clouds are
gracious.
beautiful today.
It
Oh.
is! But the clouds are actually really realistic looking. Alright. I think my game froze
Watch where
again.
you're
Oh, okay, there we
going.
go.
Oh, perfect. 10 out of 10.
Wow,
He
skills!
knows I drive that truck. And
Dang!
that's why I married you.
Are we
We're
supposed
home
to go down
free.
here?
I think so. I
I
haven't looked
hope-
at
Oh, maybe not.
The
the...
bear?
I don't know. We need to look at the map.
I mean, there's
I think there's some
construction
scrap
down
parts
here.
though.
Oh, that's true. Let's look
Let's
at
go
the,
check out
let's
the
put-
scrap middle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, the
Oh,
winch
there's
pool.
lots.
Nice.
Let's get that. Let's get that.
Can we put the
EpiPen.
winch
Maybe
pool on
can
top of
some
the, on top of the
beer.
thingy?
Yeah, you put it on top of the RV.
Oh, there's so much
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
It slots in. Oh, all this scrap. Look at that. We're rich.
Who
We're
left
rich. in
Rich.
scrap.
No wonder it was so cold in that RV.
Sometimes we gotta cool down.
We got the
Okay.
open hatch at the top though, honey.
That's true. That often lets a
What's
good,
up here?
good bit of air. But also lets in the wasps. The front door at
Wasp.
least has a net. Why does this grass look like gentian grass?
Genshin grass.
It looks like gentian grass.
It does.
Maybe because it was made in Unreal.
Oh,
All
true.
this rocks. Maybe we're in leeway. I'm on my way. There's no more over there. Let's take a look at the map. Oh, shoot. How are we gonna get back up this hill?
There's another pathway too, so.
Okay, cool. Another pathway through here?
No, like the up that way. That we
This way?
I went past it instead.
Doing, 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 doing,
Yeah,
doing,
okay,
doing,
okay.
doing, 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 doing.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, did we get everything?
Your disembodied arms are terrifying.
It's starting to look like
Honey.
sausages.
Honey,
Mm.
honey, you're jumping too early. Try a little bit later.
A little bit later. God damn it.
Goodness, honey.
See, a little
that
bit later,
way.
I hit
Oh,
my
no.
there we
Wait,
go.
honey.
I bruised my knees real bad.
Come
Oh,
on, son.
Oh,
Okay,
now it's
it's
my
all
turn. Yeesh. Yeah.
Stucks one. There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Can
set
we
you
look
down.
at the map real quick?
Yeah,
See
yeah.
where we're
Take a look at
going?
that map over there.
Road map.
Come on,
Pretty sure we go
son.
back up
Look.
that path.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I sleep on this? I wish I could sleep on this.
Campsite.
Are we rolling on purpose?
I
good.
did not touch anything.
Oh, well, we were rolling.
Oh, there's a gas station coming up.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we gotta go back where we went. Yeah, up there, all the way around.
Oh goodness.
Take a left.
perfect.
Pew, left, right, and there's a gas station.
Hold on, your papa's kind of stuck in the mud.
What?
Oh, it's
There we
fine. Let me know if I need to drink some beer.
Oh god. Oh goodness.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry.
Do we
don't
need to
worry.
winch it?
No, it's fine. It's fine. These
Looks
these
good, looks
gears
good
just
to me.
aren't changing.
Oh, yeah,
we're
see
rolling back.
that's the problem I was having earlier. You were down telling me to count the numbers, and I couldn't get the numbers to count. Just like Twitch.
Not. Oh.
It's a secret joke, guys. If you know that one, you just know it.
If you know, you know.
You know, you know. I gotta get out of this car or something.
Can we
Alright, what
winch
is
up
going
real
on?
quick?
Winch
Oh yeah,
up.
we can winch up real quick. I'll stand up.
I'm
wow,
also
everything's
stuck.
very vertical.
Wow. I'm
Everything's
blinking
extremely-
out. Help.
Everything is very vertical right now. Oh.
Oh, help.
Oh.
What? I got yeeted. Ah! What is going on?
My dear,
What?
ran over our son.
I put the parking brake in. Are you okay?
Got a little boost from the
Under
truck.
the car.
Ah,
Do you think if I pushed it real hard from the back, we'd get the same effect?
maybe? What's happening to me? Oh, gosh.
Southern Belle accent is so good.
What the hell? What?
Use the remote, honey.
All right.
Use that
go back.
remote.
Pull. Show
I
that.
take another
What's-
drag of my cigarette. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
It got so,
goodness, yeah.
so
All right.
stressing. I want to take one too.
We might need a little gas. in
Oh.
this one.
You're like snorting something.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Is it those damn boy drugs again? What did I tell you about those boy drugs?
Stop it, Dad. It's
boy
cool.
drugs.
Everybody does it. All the cool people do it. Just stop.
All right, how's this?
It's
Can we
pretty good.
unwinch real quick, my son?
Unwinch. Unwinched. Well, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, unwinch now. Wait.
Oh,
Okay, okay.
Uh-oh. Don't go
Oh,
any
goodness.
further.
Oh, good gosh. Oh, good. Oh, goodness.
You went
Oh,
too
goodness.
far. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, you gotta make a really hard
shit.
left.
Oh,
Floor it. You gotta floor it. Oh,
I'm flooring it. I'm flooring it.
Alright.
I'm flooring it. I'm flooring it.
We're gonna winch it again.
We're gonna
Alright.
winch it again.
Alright, I am hooked.
Okay, let me grab the remote. I'll grab the
This
remote.
is a lot less intuitive than real life clutch shifting because it's so slow.
Oh shoot! Hold on. I gotta get a
You
running
got that
start
winch remote,
and-
honey?
Ah! I might have been hit by the tire. Hold on. I had the running remote, but I'm having a hard time getting into the vehicle. I just hold on. Let me go up this. Let me go up the ladder. That'll be easier. Oh what the? Oh what the fuck?
Honey, are you?
Ah! There we go. I'm in.
Open the hatch for
hello.
you, honey.
Thank you for opening up the door. I'll get the winch going and there we go.
Oh wait a second.
Now turn left here. Turn the big old
I'm
left.
doing my
and then-
Over
best.
and then-
here.
Fruit Rick, be
Turn
ready.
to-
Be ready to
Ready?
unwinch your father when I say unwinch. Or when
Okay.
he says unwinch.
Okay.
I can't
Alright,
see.
turn left
so...
more. Oh, now unwinch him. Turn big old left. Maybe
can't-
park the car and turn. Oh yeah, turn.
I can't put the winch back. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Oh, I got ran over a few times, but it's
I'm gonna
okay.
drink some beer real quick. Hold on,
Oh,
I got
no.
this. I'm gonna drink some beer real quick.
No, does that
and I'll
happen?
be fine.
No! Witch again!
No,
I
I got it. Okay.
Ouch! Oh, I fell up. I broke my ankle.
Oh,
Oh. No!
Oh goodness, golly gracious! I'm gonna park the car.
That's a great idea.
woo. Nice.
If I
How
hit
do we-
the back of the truck.
How do
Okay,
we
no, that
turn
won't do it.
you?
Okay, never mind.
Can we just take the beer and just
Nope.
push the
All right, I'm
front?
gonna stop doing that.
I got honey, you still got that controller?
I hung the controller up. I'll get it back on.
Can you just keep holding it? Let me see if we can do this.
Black lung
Black lung
speed
speed
run.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Oh,
we're
nice.
good. I think
Oh,
we're
no.
good.
I gotta push it up.
Okay,
Nice.
You
it's
saved
fine,
us
it's
for
fine.
Rick. You saved us.
Keep wenching it.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, I think we're doing
Okay,
it.
stop wenching it.
Stop.
Stop.
Alright. I stopped
Okay.
it.
Now I'm gonna do something funny, alright? I'm gonna see if we can make it to
let me
this
get- let me get-
next tree. And do it again.
That sounds good. Do it
So
again.
that it
Black
straightens
Moon speed
out.
run.
So that it straightens out.
For now, we're thinking with winches. We're thinking with winches, real good. What I fell into.
Oh. This is I can't. My game keeps freezing. I mean, it's not frozen, but I keep disconnecting. Well, it looks like it's working, at least on my end.
Quite helpful, are they
Oh, there it
not?
goes. Whew.
Yeah, they are. They're very they like.
Come
to let
on, Fruit
themselves
Brick,
in.
let's get a move on.
Okay, my game is like weird. It doesn't freeze, but it keeps disconnecting. Okay, wait. I'm
no.
not in yet.
Oh shit, sorry.
Mom,
Both of you
don't
are still at
abandon me.
100 ping.
don't leave me. I know I'm a
Okay,
horrible
but-
son, but please.
Oh, don't worry, son. You're a great son. We'd never leave you
I
behind.
can't see shit. I'm gonna take another drag. Maybe it'll enhance my
That'll
vision.
help. Don't worry. That'll help.
It's pretty good.
I thought you weren't
Oh,
in the car for a
goodness.
moment. I was like, oh, we left Fruit Rick. Why is it so bouncy? I think our
It's a lot of
axles are
mud.
broken.
Nah. They're fine.
I can look at this map
Where
now.
the hell are we going?
Okay,
We're gonna go round.
we're gonna
this
go all the way
roundabout.
around, sharp left, all the way around, sharp left, or something. Yeah, very nice.
Black lung speed run.
Yeah. Silly
What's
squiddy.
up there?
Squidward.
Were we up there earlier?
No, that's
Maybe. I can go take a look. I'm gonna take a look.
says there's a gas station
park the
here
car.
though. Where's the gas station? I'm gonna leave now.
Honey, do we know how to really read a map?
Ugh.
I'm
Ugh.
not good at geography.
Maybe we gotta
That
go
was
up
my-
this
I was
hill.
hoping you would say geology so I could laugh at you.
Oh, missed
Maybe-
opportunity. Oh, we got some winch poles. Hey, there's a garage.
Are we supposed to drive up the fucking? Do
I,
you
for
see
the
that
love
cliff
of God.
over there?
I
Fruit.
think, yeah.
Which
that
fruit?
I
cliff?
think
What?
this cliff. Which fruit? I think
I'm
this
sorry,
over
man. Which
here.
one?
I think
This
I
cliff
think we have
right
to.
here.
Oh, I almost fell.
I think we gotta climb up there.
I think so too.
Uh-oh.
I broke my
Well, we could just
ankles.
winch ourselves up. We've winched before. We can
That's
winch
true.
again.
That's true.
Never
just,
underestimate the
adjust the
power
car
of
a
a
little bit.
winch.
I fell out!
Rick! Are you okay, son? Did you break all your bones?
Ah, it's okay. I just broke like 50% of my bones. But it's okay.
As long as it's 50%
Like
and not
father,
100%.
like son. Mine are broken too, son. It's all right. Don't worry, I fell off the ladder myself. You following just in my footsteps.
Are you going up the? Okay, I thought you were going
It
to try to
runs
go
in
up
the
that ramp,
family.
and I was like, I
That's
don't
what
think
I
that's
thought
gonna
too.
work. But I think up this should work. We just
Yeah.
gotta have a winch. Oh, there's winch pins up there. Hold on. There was
Ooh.
winch pins up there. I forgot. Hold on.
Is this the
Did they-
optimal area to be in?
I
Or is there a
don't know.
better
That's
area?
oh
Thanks,
look, it's
Frank. I
purple
knew you were
point.
ripped. Thank you, sweetie. This is the sole reason why I gym.
Hi, cat.
Yesterday was chest and shoulders.
All right,
Let's go.
Alright.
I barked it.
I know. I gotta take a look at the points of interest. I need to look at the cliff and see like where we can actually pull you. Okay. We have 2 winch poles. I'm guessing one can go right here. That
All
seem
right,
about right?
do you leave that there? I'm gonna leave that controller with you.
Alright.
Cause we all know you're better at games than I am. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Oh goodness
God.
gracious.
Oh, no.
my
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Here,
Give me
Rick, you take the control.
I got it. I got it.
Why do I have you? That's why I need to grab How's this, honey?
They're there.
Oh, I'm crying. Where'd you go? There you are.
All right, you got the
Okay.
controller, right?
Yeah,
I have it.
Rich
Yes.
got the controller.
Alright.
And then we'll need another winch point over here. Do we have another
Are
winch
you gonna
pin?
put a winch pin?
I'm looking for it. Where's the other one?
There's one on the roof, I think.
There's another one on the truck. I got the one on
Ooh.
the truck.
You ready for
Damn it,
Rick?
it's hard to jump off the truck.
I'm
Alright,
almost
I'm gonna put
ready.
this-
I'm ready.
Why does it sound like you're like constipated? I love that your character's just always constipated. Okay,
Okay,
go
we've been
ahead.
on
Well,
a
I might have
camping
put it too
trip.
far, but we'll
I haven't
find out.
pooped in 10 days, okay?
That's how trips really usually go, you know? That's just how that happens.
Okay.
Alright, we ready?
Ready? Can I do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I should probably
Beautiful
be in the
sight.
car.
I was gonna say you should probably...
Who's driving this car?
Oh, about. Oh, I'll be able to do parkour. Just don't worry about it. Hold on. It's a very awkward angle. Okay.
Hey.
There, you made it. Alright, now when it gets to this point, I need you to put it in park. Alright, sweetheart, put it
parked.
in park.
Nice.
It's in park.
Oh dear lord. Okay.
It's
When in
park.
doubt. When in
Hopefully,
doubt.
hopefully don't run away.
Oh! Ah! Oh no!
Drive up! Drive up! Drive up! Drive up!
I'm
Somebody-
trying so hard to drive up.
Somebody might have to do a little push from behind.
You're right. I think I put the other wait, is there another winch? Hold on. Is there another winch pole? There's got to be a third one.
No,
Nah,
it's
hold
okay.
on.
It's okay. It's okay.
I put the
Watch
second one too
this.
far.
Is it working?
I put the second
Look
one too
where-
far.
Are you
And
winning,
we're working.
son?
We're working.
Ah!
Move out of the way, honey. Move out of the way, honey. Unwinch
What
me.
happened to
Unwinch
me?
me.
Oh,
Move out of the
I'm
way.
rolling. I'm rolling. Oh,
Alright.
I'm under the truck. Help.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Oh dear God, there she goes. Oh, we're good. Oh no, there she goes. Don't put her in reverse. I
No,
don't know if
no,
that's
no,
gonna-
no.
Oh no, no.
No,
we're good,
no.
we're good.
Oh no!
You know, the car's still fine. I don't know how.
I'm not
but
fine.
it's fine.
I'm broken.
My son, I think it's time for us to start grilling. What do you think
I
about
think it's
that?
time to break out the grill. I think it's a great time to break out the grill.
Let me just.
I think it's a great time to eat some burgers. You know, I could use some burgers right about now.
You know what else it's a great time for? The Flip-O-Matic. The Flipatronic, sorry. wrong,
Close
Oh
enough.
my god, you just dead named the
Clinch-tastic, it
machine.
was.
Robot's gonna get after
Clinch-tastic
it.
indeed.
Oh god, I'm a terrible person.
Gotta
Alright,
clench
let me,
hard.
Oh, that's not how I want it to be. I put it underneath
Oh,
it.
honey.
And there-
Thank you for
Oh,
the
that's
boost.
not how I want it to be. Hold on.
Yeah, we're gonna get
I'm gonna
home.
grab
Put
a
it right
grill.
here.
We're gonna make some
we go.
burgers, alright? Do not light that grill just yet, okay?
Hey, hold on. Which way does the Flip-O-Matic flip the
Honey,
flip?
honey.
Hold on, don't
Move out of the
don't
way,
move it, don't
honey.
move it. Put it back. I was about to flip the Flipatronic.
Honey, you're way too close for that angle to be working. Oh my god.
Well, you know
My
what?
shit
You know
just
what? That
fell
worked.
off.
That worked. That's good enough.
Damn it.
It worked, honey.
I just built that! Motherfucker.
So how did I figure it out?
Oh my goodness. I was trying to cook a burger. Then you decide.
You look away 1
I had to
second.
use the Flip-O-Matic. Flipatronic.
Card's gone.
Whatever it's called. The grill.
What?
The grill went out.
Grill went
Stop
out.
floating.
What?
The grill's not even on yet.
Oh,
What are you
okay.
talking about?
Okay. I thought the grill had went out.
Nice.
Do we have enough scrap?
Let's start-
Oh yeah,
let's
you
start
fixed it up
cooking
real
those
good. I'm gonna
burgers.
put the motor oil in the motor.
Do it
Where's
to
the
drop
motor oil?
funnel. It fell off. 3-second rule. Okay.
Yeah, 3-second rule is fine.
Oh, my burger.
Oh, they're
My
turning
dream
into
burger.
burgers.
Now to fix the wheel, I probably need
Oh,
a power
heck
drill.
yeah. Have this burger. Tasty burger.
I still got a little,
Oh, yes.
That's how you fix wheel, right?
unhealthiness.
Yeah,
Honey,
that's how you
you
fix
gotta
wheel.
look
I'm
for the studs.
I'm looking at the studs. Oh, dear oh my.
Can you cook more burgers for your mother, please?
How do I
She needs
release the
them first.
burger?
She's run out of brain
Can you
cells.
do it?
I got it.
Now we gotta
there
get
no
the
more
RV up
burgers?
to the
Uh-oh.
garage.
No more burgers.
And then we can fix the underside.
They're
There's
burgers.
more burgers in the fridge, I'm sure. Yeah, there's
not
burgers
coming
out
in
of
the
the
fridge.
Okay, I got a new
Go
pack.
get more. Can you throw them out, please? Give
She's
them to
got
me.
'em.
Just
Wait,
drop them
no,
on
no,
there.
no,
You
drop,
got
drop.
it. You got
Right
it.
here.
My throat
Oh,
hurts
there we
so
go, there we
bad,
go.
but I
Okay,
can't
let's
stop
cook
talking
some
like
burgers for
this.
mom.
Oh, see, this
Abby,
one's
sweetheart, can
empty.
you make
It shows
some-
us empty, but this one
tea
doesn't.
Oh, 3-second
with
rule.
some honey? Something with some yuzu honey in it. That'll make my throat feel real
Okay,
better.
come get your burgers, mom.
Jasmine's
Come on,
fine.
Strawby. Eat your
Oh,
burgers,
thank
please.
you. My burger's getting cold. I can't stop talking. Oh, that's
Bourbon.
delicious. Oh, that cure all.
Bourbon burgers.
Cure all that burger is. Is it?
You can eat
looking-
one. Eat the rest of our burgers, family.
Okay. Is it getting sunset? Sunset?
Sunshine.
Freaking Christ.
I hope that doesn't cost a forest fire.
Oh, oh.
Playing catch, son.
We
Oh,
play
don't sit
catch
over
with
there in
this.
the brick.
Alright, let's go. Alright,
Alright,
catch.
we ready?
Oh, Alright,
Hot
catch.
potato, hot potato.
I
Wait,
know.
hot potato.
Okay, go. Why are you good at this?
Alright, before we
'cause
do
you're good
that
at throwing,
all over
son.
again,
Oh, shoot.
I'm gonna look for a third winch.
You can tell I don't
'cause
play
know
baseball.
There's gotta be one.
I'm not a baseball kind of boy.
You boys play ball. I'm gonna look for another winch pin.
Oh, I dropped it this time.
I think I need it
It's
here.
all right.
Amazing, thank you, Squiddy. Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
Sun.
One more
What
throw.
time is it? Oh my god, it's 9:47. We've been driving this
Wow.
RV, this 3-hour RV
I
trip
gotta
is
catch
going
this at
really
least once.
smoothly.
Good. Are you
I got you,
spamming
son.
it?
Try
Are you
again, try
spamming
again.
E?
Here, and then I'll
Try
winch
again.
this
No, I'm
right
just holding
here.
it.
I'll hold it. Oh.
Oh, I don't. I just click it
Let me
like
see
right as it's like maybe 3 feet
I'll
away
put
from
it-
me.
I'll put it really
So it's a
far.
skill
I don't know
diff.
if that was
I
a
see how it is.
good
I got
idea.
it!
There you go. Yay! Yay! I'm so proud of you.
Yay! Are you
Pull
proud of
over
me,
that
Dad?
rock, and that'd be fine.
Cinema.
Shouldn't have put it right there. I should've put it right here.
Wait, which one is that?
Cinema.
Cinema.
I'm gonna put it right
10
here. There we
points
go.
out of 10.
10 out of
Alright.
10.
The third
Thank
winch
God.
pole is
Good
set.
job,
I
son.
think we
Thank
have
you.
it all figured out.
I think I
broke
had
my
a
leg.
great bonding
You broke
experience.
It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll walk it off. I'll walk it off.
Alright, how are we
I'll
gonna do
walk it
this?
off. I'm a big girl now. Don't forget the grill.
It's you can't use it anymore. It's okay.
You can't use it ever again. One
Yeah,
use
that's
grill?
one time.
Garbage. Why would we buy those things on
Crunch.
eBay, honey?
Crunchy burger.
They were the cheapest ones with our paycheck.
Oh, maybe I need to
We
get
were
out
gone
of the
for
car.
3
I'm gonna
months.
get out of the car with the. Oh, where's the remote?
Don't fall backwards now. Okay,
Don't worry. Don't worry.
somebody
I
forgot
got
the
it.
remote here.
Oh yeah, we need that. Hold on.
Well, I got the remote.
I got the winch. I got the winch. I got the winch. I got the winch. And the winch. And the winch. Winch it.
Park it.
Winch it, winch it, winch it.
I'm not gonna drive it. Go ahead. Go
winch.
ahead and pull me.
Alright. Pulling. I'm pulling.
Yeah, that's going smooth. The next winch is over there, so I gotta act quickly. Now when I unwinch it, you're gonna give it some gas, so I can winch it to the next pole.
Yep.
No, surely nothing could go wrong. all right. I'm gonna unwinch it.
Okay,
It
press
won't let
the
me
gas.
unwinch the damn
Oh,
thing. Oh Jesus Christ!
I did a winch!
Sweetheart. There we go. Okay.
Okay, go. Gas. Ah!
I'm gonna winch it. Don't you worry. I'm gonna winch it.
Oh.
Honey,
I can make it right.
I need to move a
Oh.
little bit farther before you unwinch it, alright?
Sounds great.
Maybe somebody just got to punch you
I
from
need some beer.
behind.
Oh god, I'm gonna break my legs. Oh freak. Oh god, how are we gonna get you out of this?
Maybe we can
Just winch me up,
preemptively
it's okay.
place some beer
You're
here.
not winched right now.
I'm not?
Sushi.
Nope.
With dust
Can
cake.
we
Because I
get
couldn't-
winched?
Yeah, we can get winched. Alright, you're winched.
And we're pulling.
Alright.
Where am I winched? From the back side?
No, from the front.
From the front side? Alright.
From the front. All we gotta do is get you to the next one up there. Somehow.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh. A beep, beep.
Okay.
Come
Okay.
Park it.
Alright.
It's parked.
And I will
Parked,
be
we're
a
done, but
stop
that's great news. Alright, I'm gonna grab the winch. Why am I stuck? Okay.
Honey,
I'm
please
stuck.
calm down. Your blood sugar cannot get this high. Your blood pressure's already high, honey.
You're right.
Oh goodness, she's
Deep
glitching
breaths,
out.
deep breaths, just like
She's
my.
glitching out. Let go of the winch. Try again. You're glitching out.
Alright.
You
Oh,
picked
you're
it
right.
up at
You're
an
so
awkward
right.
angle.
Alright, let me. Okay. I'm glitching out again.
There you
Son,
go.
I need you to take this. Oh wait. What?
Okay, I'm winching it. Don't worry. Stop
Don't worry, I just got a
it!
little.
Stop it! Stop it! No! She's rolling! She's rolling! No!
The car hit me on my forehead a little bit. I just got a little bit of a concussion. I'll just need a little bit of time. Just give me some time to wake up. I'll be fine.
Oh no! Stop it! Can I do anything to help?
Wait, Strawby, why don't you wait? When we winch, can we winch the back
you-
side instead of the front?
Oh, I feel much
And
better. I
try
knew it was just a
that.
concussion. The thing is, I don't have anything else to winch you to in the back.
No, you have the one in the front, right?
Yeah,
What is that winch over here?
that's in the
The
front.
one behind you. No, the one behind you. Winch the back one to that.
You know what? Fuck it. We'll try it. All right. Here, grab the winch in the back. Oh, my bones. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, okay, we're good, we're good.
Okay, nice. I will switch.
Does it reach? Oh my god, it reaches.
Oh my god, it
Release
reached.
the-
Okay. Alright, let me unwinch this one. Oh, you're gonna do a big old turn, hopefully. Alright, everybody, send it up to Frank and hope it goes well.
Wait, do you want me to pull the rear?
Wait.
Are you doing it though?
With you.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get run over. Wait, what's happening?
I don't know. I'm gonna winch the front. I'm gonna winch the front. I can winch it. Where am I going? I'm glitching the frick out.
Where are we going? Where is Sam going?
I don't know.
What do we do now?
Hold on.
Unwinch the front, hook me to the tree.
I'm trying. I'm going. I'm just a little glitch.
You're glitching out. Try again.
Every time I grab the winch, I freak out. Hold on, maybe he's got some trauma bond into it. Alright, son, I'm gonna need you to I'm gonna take the remote.
Alright, here's the remote. I got this. I think I got this.
It's stressing me out.
I don't got this! God! Oh wait, I got it. Wait. It runs in the family. I can't do it.
It runs in the family. I'm sorry, son. Hold on.
I'm so close to it. So far. I got it!
Oh! How'd you do that?
I just spam space bar as much as I can.
Did we unwinch the back one?
Wait, hold on. I got it. Okay.
Unwinch the back.
There we go.
one,
Okay,
please.
unwinched.
Okay,
Okay,
now
we're gonna do
winch.
some fancy maneuvering, alright? Okay,
We wanna winch the
stop
back
pulling
one to
me into
another
the tree.
tree?
Stop.
Do we want to winch?
Oh my-
Do we want to winch the back one to a
He tries
tree,
it
or do
on
we
a
want to winch the
pinch.
front one
True
to another
that.
tree?
The front one to the trees over there, where fruit rick is.
Okay, here, Fruit Rick, you take the remote again.
Okay. I got
And
a
I'll-
remote.
Oh, good lord. You're in
Oh, thank
reverse,
goodness.
though.
We're so close to the
No,
gas
it's okay, I'm
station.
parked now.
Okay. Holy shit.
Oh,
Wait.
oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Put the front. Oh god. Oh my goodness.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Oh, nice. Oh, thank you for the apple juice.
Easy does it. Yep. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright.
I gotta keep pulling.
Alright. Another tree. Where'd it
Girl,
go?
again! Where'd it go?
What the hell?
What is happening? I can't see
Peanut
what's
butter.
happening right now.
Peanut butter. I do like.
Exactly.
I used to like peanut butter.
Exactly. Peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
Honey, why is
stuck?
our kid talking about peanut butter?
Because everything feels
Talking
a little
about
bit peanut
butter
buttery
when we're
right
in the
now.
middle- Oh my
god, I did it.
goodness.
Oh my god.
What's happening?
I'm sorry, cousin Jeremy.
What is wrong with this
Okay.
winch?
Alright.
Okay. Can you take the back winch and then connect it to one of these trees so we have it as
Yes.
a just in case?
Yes.
And then we'll remove the front one.
Cerebral hemorrhaging. True.
Yeah, true. Oh, I see. It was wrapped around this tree. That's what our problem was.
Okay, is it working now?
Jeremy. Poor
Nope.
Jeremy's
Let
in the
go
way.
of the front one. Let go of the front one. Take
I'm
out
putting
the
it
front
back.
winch.
All right. We're good. Now turn to the right as best you can.
The right?
Sorry. Your left. Your left, my
What the
right.
hell? What the hell? Hi, JC. Thank you so much for the self-care check. Give me 1 second, sir. I'm a little busy trying to figure out how to drive this RV.
Is there any way you can connect that?
Connect it to the
I hear
tree, honey. The
snakes.
tree.
I hear snakes too. We're not gonna think
You
about
gotta
them
remove
for
the
now.
back winch. Remember, gotta remove the back winch.
Oh
after
yeah.
this.
You're right.
Okay, let me
You're
know
right.
when I can
Let me
remove
put this
it.
down. Yeah, you remove. Oh, it's right here. There you go.
You can just go back here and click it to reset it.
Oh, it's true. Okay, we
Yeah.
got this front one.
Now
Now
pull
where?
it.
Yeah, pull her forward. And make sure to turn to the left.
And pull in.
That's perfect.
Oh, nice.
That's perfect. Now you gotta turn hard to the. Oh, let me unhook you. Let me unhook you now.
Close this window too. Close the
It's
window.
like when I,
Ouch.
oh, It was
Ouch,
like when I
ouch,
learned how to do parallel
ouch.
parking when I was younger.
Ouch.
I never learned
exactly
how
how
to
it
do
is.
parallel parking. Is that bad?
No, it's kind of a pain.
I never learned.
It's okay, Fruit Step. If you ever visit me, I'll be driving you. It's all right.
Alright, pull her a
Oh,
little bit.
thank
Pull her a
you.
little bit. Pull her tiny bit. Tiny bit.
Oh goodness.
Oh, no.
Goodness me.
It's okay. We're right next to the garage.
What? How did that happen? No way. Where's the checkpoint? Where's the checkpoint, please? No
Oh my
way.
god. Look at where it spawned us.
No!
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 Oh my god. I hate this game. We're not playing this game ever again. This family's broken. I can't do this anymore.
What is going No!
You got to be fucking joking.
You know what? I think a 3-hour road trip is the perfect amount of time to lose your sanity, and I think that's beautiful. So I think we can
We
call
were
it
so
here.
fucking
Yeah.
close.
We were so
Oh.
We were so close.
Oh.
Fuck! We literally saw the sign.
Yeah.
The car exploded on its own. I don't know what to do. Fruit Rick.
I
Someone
didn't
press.
even move it when it exploded.
Someone pressed the self-destruct button. Who did it?
I didn't even move it
It
when
wasn't
it
any of us,
exploded. It
that's for
just-
sure. I
Oh
think
my god.
the Lord Cod,
Yeah.
our fish fur, was looking out for us, and he
Oh.
said, "It's time to take a break from the road trip."
We were so close.
I do not want to do that second part that's coming up. Oh, sorry for.
Oh, what's going
pick you
on?
up.
What is
Oh my god.
Wait. Is this the part before the bridge? Even? Oh.
It's-
my.
yeah.
Oh
Where are
my
the checkpoints?
God.
Wait. It said it had saved. No, it starts. You have to start from checkpoints.
No, it's still
I
a
remember seeing it
checkpoint.
save. Guys, where's the next checkpoint? Is it literally the, was it literally the garage? 'Cause
It
if
was
it's
literally
the
the
gas
gas station. It was
station.
literally right there.
That's right there.
Is it like
No
is it like
way.
one of us just had to get in the gas station to be a checkpoint, or does the car need to be there?
think
I
the
don't
car
know.
needs to be there.
Oh.
Because, well, actually, I didn't go into the gas station either, so.
Yeah, me neither.
Can we just like let's just walk. Let's just walk. Bring some
Yeah.
bear spray. I don't want to
You know
drive
what?
this damn
Screw it,
car
take the
anymore.
bear spray. Let's take a
Driving-
big family walk. That
Driving
sounds
is
great.
overrated anyway. Let's go.
Frick this RV.
Let's still take a
We ain't
walk.
made
I
for
hate
RV
this
life.
place.
I gotta touch grass.
Take a
Do we get super
Take
speed?
a-
Let's wait. Hold on. Let's take a
Let's-
big
let's take a
sig-
swig.
Swig
Big
of sig.
six.
Oh shit.
Oh, you used the bear spray.
Oh,
my
no.
God,
Well, that can't be
honey.
the only bear spray, right?
I have one.
Okay.
Fucking, I hate this game.
It's a car parked in the middle of the street. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's a bear! That's a bear! Somebody help me!
Run towards me! Run towards me!
You did it, Big
Towards
Eaton!
me!
Just smoke your cigarette, and run! Run, my child!
Fuck you, bear!
Run!
Oh, thank you.
Now we have no more bear
Spawn out
spray.
of
I was face
nowhere.
to face with the bear. I can smell his breath.
We have
He's
we have
spawned out of
no
nowhere.
more bear spray. Keep
I saw-
smoking that
I
cigarette.
saw the
honey.
moment it spawned too. Aw.
This is much
Stupid
better.
RV.
You know, a nice, lovely walk in the forest is just what we needed as a family. Who needs that RV? Who needs RVs? Just want a nice backpacking hike. I hate backpacking though. For real, for
I'm gonna
real.
go through a shortcut.
Careful now.
Keep smoking my cigarette.
Keep smoking.
Asthma got nothing on me, honey.
asthma, cancer, you name it, they ain't got shit on. Oh no, just
Is
keep smoking
there a bear?
cigarette, baby.
Oh
Not if you keep
smoking
Not
it.
if you keep
no! Keep smoking.
smoking. You'll see nothing. My God,
can't
I don't
believe we're
hear it at all. It's like it's not even there.
I got a raid. I got a raid. Hold on. Frosty,
Hello,
wait.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We're running from a bear.
Frosty.
We're running from a bear right now.
We're running from a
Frosty,
bear.
welcome in.
Welcome
We're
in,
running
Frosty.
for our lives right now.
Hi, Oz. Welcome in. Thank you
We're
for the
gonna see if we can
raid.
get to that checkpoint.
We're doing a black lung speed run. We're trying
Yeah, we are.
to run. But welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for coming.
We
Wait,
don't
is there
run
still
out
beer?
of cigarettes, right? No, we're good. We're
No.
good.
Okay, I want to do a quick shout out. Thank you so much, Frosty. How was stream? My name is Fruit. I am a fruit entity of the Backrooms. Today we're playing some... Oh, you're playing a Silk Song. Wait, did you beat Silk Song? We're playing some Are We There Yet? Have you played Are We There Yet before? It's a pretty silly game, but...
Smoke that cigarette, honey.
I'm smoking! I'm smoking!
Make sure it's smoking.
Don't worry, Mom, Dad, I am smoking. Ugh. But yeah, thank you so much, Frosty, and thank you everyone for coming. If you need to go raid and run, I understand. Thank you for coming. We're just trying to at least see the light. We were 2 millimeters away from the save point or the checkpoint, and then our car spontaneously combusted and exploded. So we had to start from really far away. Hello, Anana Minimugul. Anana Minimugul, welcome. Hi, Oz. Hello. Hi, Frosty. Yeah, thank you so much. How was Silk Song? I don't know if Frosty already responded. I wasn't looking.
Let's take the long way round. You gonna be okay?
We smoked all the beer spray. Was that me? Did I smoke the bear spray? I had a cigarette in one hand, and bear spray in the other. I guess I panicked a little bit. I don't know. Don't mind me. Good thing I'm a moldy fruit entity. Toxins don't affect me.
Here. Too bad we can't.
But thank you everyone for the raid. Thank you. I hope Silk Song went
We
well.
all have to be here.
Man.
Watch out for the snake! Watch out for the snake! Swim!
Oh. I was running a little too fast. Oh,
It says.
if I'm
It
stitched.
says. So one day. It says don't smoke in here.
Really?
Fuck you.
Well, they
no.
do say
You're
don't
all
smoke in
alone.
gas station.
Oh, that's true.
I don't give a fuck.
Is that emote, Frosty?
Well,
I'm so angry. I fucking hate this game.
what a lovely family vacation.
I'm so actually like
Christmas
so
vacation.
upset. Like this happened.
We were moments
Literally
away from
2
victory.
feet away.
I know.
Right here.
Really?
Like, were we
Here,
supposed to
guys.
go up this weird ramp?
There is no
I
way.
really don't. There's
That's
no
way
way
too
we could have.
small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is definitely the way. This way.
Is there like another pathway that we can drive through here? Like from instead of going down that rocky area?
You're not being
Hold
Silk
on.
Song.
I don't know.
I don't do scouting.
Or
for
are
the
we there
next
yet?
time
Yeah,
we
dude, this
play.
is hard. We were so
This
close
game's
to a
hard.
checkpoint.
Look, there's another pathway here,
Ow,
but where is it?
That's
lead?
all you do when you use the lotion? That's disgusting. That's like when your inner thoughts come out. So when you pick up the lotion, you just squeeze the whole bottle out and it spills
Oh,
everywhere.
honey, there's
Oh,
a brand
whoa.
new pair of sunglasses if you want them.
Oh yeah, I do. Where are you shouting from? The rooftops?
Up here, honey, all the way at the top
Alright.
of the mountain near the weird,
Yeah, go.
phallic-looking
Go
rock.
slam that last bourbon, Frosty. Go slam that bourbon
telling
and
you,
go get
that's
your
the
beauty
whole
sleep.
point.
A nano mini moogle. A
That looks
nano
like the
mini
cleanest
moogle.
gift anyone ever
That's
could
such a
ever
cute
make.
name. I like it. It's like a little tongue twister.
New glasses for you,
Oh
sweetheart.
wow.
It's a really beautiful game. I like it, but I suck at it.
Now we're talking.
Are we talking about Silk Song? Silk Song's... It is pretty, but I heard it's really hard. I've never played any of the Hollow Knight series, so I probably won't play it, but
Did we come?
seems like a cool game.
No, we did.
Seems like a cool game.
And then
Oh, you...
I'm looking.
Dead end.
Oh, honey,
I'm gonna puff and puff a few, okay?
rest stop
Yeah.
is down here, I think.
What?
Hold on.
If that's the case,
all these trees, but
I don't think so either. That's a lot of trees. That's a lot of your cousins out here. Oh, but wait a minute.
Cousins.
You know, maybe if we drank some beer, we can knock some of them silly and knock them down.
I don't think that works like that.
I don't think it works like that either. Why don't we bring an axe on this trip?
Well, we came here for a camping trip, not a work labor lumberyard.
That's true.
Man, I hate this game. Let's go just chest chat.
That sounds good. Alright, see you guys in a moment.
Okay. Just joking.
Go to the desktop.
I guess we quit the desktop. Then we gotta do this. I don't know why Discord is not picking up sound. Hello? Oh.
For all the pain we've had to go through.
There it goes.
Yeah, it makes sense. 1 second though. Let me pull their cookies on. Put the BGM on. Oh my goodness.
I get some BGM in here too. Sev angry. I mean, you know, road trips kind of do that to you.
Yeah, but then we were right there.
Exactly. Also true.
Un momento while I set this up. Hold on.
Not really sure that's a good idea. But...
You could find a nicer campground. There's the campground that me and Cody went for both of our birthdays last year. Would be perfect for first-time campers because it's exactly like they provide tents for you. The sites are really nice, and there's nice fancy showers and bathrooms, and there's a little shop right there, so you can get all the like extra gear that you need or extra food.
I don't know. It depends, because I don't know how the camping scene is in our specific area.
True.
Because we would have to drive a little bit for specific spots.
That's true. I feel like it could be pretty good. It could go either way. Well, if you're ever up north, camping would be a lot easier. We'd have a lot of that out here.
The wild wind.
Washington wilderness. The wild winter Washington
Oh my god,
wilderness.
the voice has been ruining me.
I'm gonna be talking like this tomorrow by accident. It's gonna
It's true.
So how was your guys' first road trip? How do you enjoy RV? We didn't even camp. We didn't even camp.
It was just us like leaving.
At least the title matches everything. RV there.
I wish it was like we are arriving towards an area instead of we're going home. Because then at least it'd be like, oh, we're celebrating.
We're getting out to the spot, not trying to get the fuck out of here.
Surreal.
It's
Live
just
through life a quarter cig at a time. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. We were surviving on those cigarettes and beers.
we should have
Get
just
us
played
through.
an actual camping game. We should have YouTube camped it.
We should have. We should look for something like that. There has to be something, right?
Web
Guys, is
fishing.
Yeah, there's web fishing. That's the
Just
closest
web
to camping simulator we got. I'm gonna look at Steam right now. We're gonna find something that's hopefully not made in Unreal, because Unreal is so Unreal indie games can be so buggy, bro.
I hope stream was good though, guys. Even though we failed at the last second. Oh
I
my
laughed my
god.
ass off. That was so funny.
It was very
It
fun.
really was funny.
There's a game called Gone Camping.
Gone
But there's
camping?
skeletons. There's haunted skeletons. I don't think that's very camping simulator. Camping park simulator.
Ooh.
Holy.
Ooh.
Planned release date to be announced.
Camping park simulator?
Oh my
Looking.
god. Oh no, wait, you build a camp park. Oh.
Oh,
I'm
what?
talking. I want go camping simulators. There's survival camp. Man, where is there? Has to be.
Hold
Someone
on.
has to have done it.
Co-op camping games.
I didn't believe you guys were gonna make it anyway.
Rude?
Mods. Kill them.
Inside, you're so lucky that I actually like you sometimes. I would have timed you up right now. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
Oh, man.
STRP. What does that mean?
STRP?
What's STRP?
What's STRP?
I found it. Van Life Camping
Is
Simulator.
it step but spelled wrong?
Coming
Probably.
soon. Van Life Camping Simulator. And it's the listed more like this is the American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator. So it's like a real camping simulator. Oh my god, you can camp under the northern lights. Why does it look like you're camping in Jurassic Park?
What is funny camping day? Funny camping day.
They'll just call it as they
I see
sees
why
it.
Dreamy's played this game for 5 hours in one session now.
Oh, it was one session?
Oh, it's an online game. Never
That is
mind.
true.
I'm still surprised that she
Yeah.
that Dreamer had the energy to do it for 5 hours after we exploded. I'm like, yep, nope. I'm good.
They had 4 people to be fair, but like she's just also like really competitive, so I don't know. There's a lot of camping games that I see here though.
You're just gonna be speaking Japanese with a Texan accent.
Exclude.
There's
Oh,
there's a
that'd be
TikToker to-
Ni howdy.
Ni hao.
Ni howdy, Mina-san. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Mina-san.
It's like this white lady that does it too. It's really
I was
cute.
gonna say there's that lady that does it on TikTok.
I've
as
seen
well.
that, yeah.
Konnichiwa. There's no
Hi.
camping games
Madoka-san,
that are
do
like...
desu ka?
So desu ka?
Do desu ka?
Kyo wa nani o shimasu ka?
I love that.
Winter? Oh. No. Guys, we
I feel
just
like I went
gotta-
on a real road trip. Not gonna lie.
Let's play. I hated that road trip so much. It was funny, but I just can't believe we just went nowhere at the end of it. I can't.
What's the longest road trip you guys have actually done IRL? Have you driven in a car?
Not
Driving to
long.
Vancouver for sure.
Ooh.
You drove to Vancouver from there?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I hate. We've driven to Bellingham, which is like the furthest north in Washington you can go. Yeah, for you drove from Florida, but that was a whole moving trip. I can't believe you guys did that. Him
No,
and his
but
mom
Oh my god, from Florida?
booked it. They were in Washington within, what was it, 2 weeks?
5 days.
5 days?
5 days?
Jesus! Frick!
Oh my
I
goodness.
forgot. I thought it was 2 weeks.
Wow.
I don't know how did your mom not kill you and you kill your mom? Like
See,
not a- she's-
that's different.
In Oregon, like the cliffs and stuff, she was freaking out.
Dude, that's different.
It was like 14 hours, 16 hours a day driving.
That's so awful.
Cause like at least when we drove to Vancouver, we did pit stops to like different states and like coastal ways for sightseeing,
For
right?
sightseeing.
But 5 days straight,
Yeah, I think I'd go insane.
I would kill myself.
His mom is also-
Babe.
She is not. She's the loveliest person you'll ever meet, but she is not a patient woman.
Oh.
I can't believe.
Ooh.
I can't believe you guys did that in 5 days. I would be terrified to be in the car with her. I'm not gonna lie.
No, that's
No.
terrible. 5 days. I don't know how much I would like a person after 5 days. It doesn't matter how good our relationship is before that. 5 days is enough time for me to decide to want to kill you or not.
Specifically being in the car with somebody and plus the driving with somebody for 5 days, I think that would be
Right.
enough to change. at least she slept.
Sleeping, right? Like,
True. You took turns sleeping.
From like 7 a.m. till 11.
Oh my
Ugh.
god.
I hate driving anyway. I hate when we have to drive down to my parents and it's already like 4 hours and they're like, "You want to come down for every other holiday?" And I'm like, no.
Yeah. I don't like it. I hate driving.
I start to understand the British. Like I always hear like the British like they're like, "Oh yeah, my family lives 30 minutes away. They're so far. I never visit them."
What?
I kind of get it.
Ah.
I don't know,
Although-
man.
In one breath, I say that, but then there's really good bubble tea like 30 minutes away from me. I will drive to go get that shit.
True.
Maybe 25 minutes sometimes, depending on the traffic. Depending on the traffic, it can be.
That is worse. Omoshiroi. Omoshiro-san.
I'm trying to think of the longest drive I've done though. I don't think it's
Like by
past-
yourself?
like me driving the car.
Oh, okay.
By myself, I
Mine
think I've-
was
like 5 hours.
mine was 7.
Mine's like 1. I hate driving. I
hate
never
driving
drive.
too. I
Yeah.
hate driving. I hate cars. I hate that there's no trains. I just want trains, man.
Ugh, Japan.
I just can't help it, man.
trains.
California is just way too big to not like
Yeah, to not
to
drive. have
not
to
drive that long, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Although one of Cloudy's cousins, she was her husband's military, and he was stationed in Hawaii for a long time, so she could only drive pretty short distances because the islands were small. And she loves driving now.
She always has loved driving.
She's always loved driving.
She hated Hawaii because
She couldn't drive. That's why specifically.
Dang.
I can't imagine loving driving.
No.
I'm sorry. That's a kind of crazy indicator to me.
I like drives that are maybe 2 hours or less, but other than that, I can't do it.
Mm-mm.
And then I start getting like annoyed.
Exactly. You love driving too?
Like,
All right,
Oh
you have
my
to explain to me what you
gosh.
love about it, because Sev says you said that after 2 hours. For me,
After 2 hours, then I start getting bored because like I already went through all my playlists.
your
know?
playlist exactly. I was gonna say like I like it for like the first 45 minutes, and I've listened to the songs and sang the songs I want to, and then I'm done.
Mhm. And then you
Then I'm
get
like, get me out of this
nonverbal.
Then I go nonverbal, and then you get madder at the cars around you because they're all driving like shit. Nobody knows how to drive.
I'm scared of other drivers. That's why I don't drive.
Oh, really?
I'm scared of
Do you just-
them.
Is your public transport good though?
Where I am?
Mm-hmm.
No. No.
Me
No.
too.
Gotta
Even driving in
drive.
Washington. Washington drivers are very timid, and we get scared at every little thing, especially rain.
That's
Which is
so,
so
that sounds like
fucked
a
up.
terrible thing for me because I like to drive faster. So if everyone's scared of driving and they're all hella slow,
You would hate it. So our freeways, a lot of
No,
them.
it's perfect. You just go around everybody and you just go like, bye, idiots.
No, because everybody goes slow, you sometimes get trapped. Even in the people will drive. The thing that drives me crazy. Okay, I'm not okay. Calm down. I get so mad thinking about it. People will drive slow in the left lane where you're supposed to go faster than everyone, and they just don't go.
Yeah, that is pretty upsetting.
So you get stuck in any lane that you are, and it pisses me off.
driving
not
is
bad
nice
here,
because
though.
it's just me in the car with nowhere to go and all day to be there. It's relaxing. Yeah, you say that, but you literally just moved across the country driving. So, I mean, like, I think you're a little biased at the moment, Sean.
True.
Imagine
Yeah, I
being
don't love
past
driving in
going
traffic, but if-
95.
If
I've
it's like
definitely
highway
gotten-
driving or back roads, I guess that's fair.
I've definitely gotten past going 110 though.
What?
That was my introduction to driving.
110. I've never seen 100. I've never touched it. The
Really?
fastest I've ever gone is 90. Definitely where I was
Well,
not supposed to.
When the bridge is empty and it's not windy, all you have to do is just floor it. Like, it's scary otherwise because there's no cars around you, and it's dark. So you might as well just floor it and get done.
That's so scary to me. I think I'd think I just like shit myself. I don't know. I'm like,
It's really
oh,
not
my
that bad.
speedometer's at 90. Okay.
It's really not that bad.
Yeah, our top speeds here, in what at least the area around Seattle is all like, I think the highest I've seen is 85.
85?
Only 80?
No, aren't most traffic signs
Somewhere.
like top 80? Speed limit 80? Or like 85? Cloudy sounds
Or
like
around
he
here.
wants to get involved in this conversation.
He wants to get involved so bad. It's 75 here.
75? Where have you seen 75? You were lying.
I am lying, apparently. Okay, 70? We've seen plenty of 70s, but I swear in some places we have 75s.
Not on this side of the mountain.
Whatever. Whatever.
What
We
fucking
go slow.
ever. Okay,
Most are
Cloudy, I
65 on
think
highways.
you feel very strongly about this. However, all the signs that I've seen were like 75, 80 at most for max limit. So I don't
Fair.
think I've ever seen anything higher than that
No.
on a road sign, at least.
True.
Unless
maybe
it's like
that's just true.
kilometers. Kilometers is very different.
Oh, yeah. very
Even then,
different.
it's like 75 kilometers.
True.
Mm-mm-mm.
Maybe it's just the image the thing I see in my brain, because that's the speed I'm going.
High five for everyone who isn't a scaredy cat like 7 hit 100 on the highway. Dude, I do that because it's empty. It's so fun when it's empty because I can just do shit on the bridge. The bridge that I used to commute on, when it's completely empty and it's not windy, it's like 6 lanes. I just swerve through all of them for
6
fun.
lanes is
Dang.
huge.
Yeah.
Super driver.
Like, why not? If no one's
Thank you
there,
for
I'm
the
gonna
water.
speed it up. I'm not gonna get a ticket from it.
True.
And if there are any police officers that work with highway patrol, I didn't say that. You have plausible deniability. You don't even know who I am. You don't even know who I
Ferries are
am.
awesome. The ferries are awesome except the lines. Yeah, on the Washington State ferries. It is fun to... We've done it a couple times. I've never done it by myself. Okay, I feel like I get scared trying to park on the
By
ferry.
yourself?
When?
I was in my truck and you were in the car.
You were in your truck and I was in my car. I was a big girl. I did it by myself. You were there. You were there.
You did it by yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Sure, I'll take the win. I'll take the win. Good luck. I'm a tree.
That's so
That's right.
good.
Fuck the popo. You're the tree.
Let me just
Doesn't
pin that. Thank you for so noble.
matter.
Good luck finding me.
One of the very few upsides to having opening shift at the hospital was because I gotta be there at 4:30 a.m. The freeway is empty, so you can gun it all the way.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah.
Then you have to
See,
wake up.
exactly. When the freeway is empty, you just gun that shit. It's not even the factor of you being scared. It's empty. When are you ever going to do this? You're not an F1 racer.
True.
You're not McLaren. You're not Lando.
The F1 movie was actually pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Oh, you watched it?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I was happily pleased with like, yeah, this is a good sports car action movie. This was good.
Sports car action movie. Did you watch that movie, Fruit?
No, I didn't watch it. I've heard about it though. I've heard it's good.
Are you into F1 at all?
No.
That's okay. That's okay.
I
I'm
wasn't
not
either. I wasn't either until I watched the movie, and then I kind of wanted to like look up more about it, and then I ended up looking, and then I did the morbid white woman thing. I looked up. I ended up going down a rabbit hole of all the accidents that happened on the track, and a lot of them died.
Mm-mm.
Because I was like, yeah, that's probably why I wouldn't do it. But it's
No,
cool. You have
yeah.
to think about a lot. It's like, oh, obviously, it's a whole niche. It's
My
like,
sister
whoa.
is really
Mm.
into it. She even watched the female training academy
Oh, that's cool.
series for it,
Oh.
for to get into F1 because they start at
Dang.
F4, I think. It's really interesting.
It is interesting.
Mm-mm.
I love learning about niches that I'm completely out of the loop of, and then you get to dive into it from, I guess, an outside perspective and learn kind of like from the side and be like, wow, imagine somebody's life like that. That's kind of cool. I enjoy that kind of sonder. Are we gonna go
That
go-kart racing
sonder?
tomorrow? We're not going go-kart racing tomorrow, but maybe this week.
Isn't it raining tomorrow or raining in your area?
It's indoor,
Tell
so
me why.
Ah.
wow.
Indoor go-kart
Oh.
racing.
Indoor go-kart? I don't think we have that.
Really?
I mean,
have
I'm
a
sure
video-
there is, but I just don't know where it is.
I've been a few times.
Cloudy went as a morale event for his work. And apparently they go up to like 45 miles an hour.
Ooh.
On like an indoor track.
That would
and I'm
hurt
like,
crashing.
damn.
Oh man.
That would hurt crashing.
What is whiplash?
I know.
Oh.
I think
Cody came home
that'd be
so
really bad.
psyched. He
It was
like,
fun.
it was fun as fuck, he said. Way faster than I
Wow.
expected. It was fun. You have to wear a motorcycle helmet. Well, I'd hope so. I'd hope
I
you'd be-
figured.
Yeah.
I hoped you would be geared to the teeth, because that would hurt real bad.
Not going 45 the whole time.
Not going 45 the whole time. But when do you go 45? On the straights?
I mean, it can technically.
It can technically.
Hmm.
I've only been like the baby go-kart racing. It was like
This is
at a
lot more
beach.
than
It was a lot more than we were going like 15 miles an hour.
15.
Like a little
way
baby. I
too
mean, like
slow.
I was like 7 years old. There ain't no way we were
Oh.
going faster.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
But I feel like it'd probably be a good experience for someone who
Also, thank you for the
getting closer
4
to driving
months.
car
Thank you,
age.
Surfy. Thank you.
Driving
Hope we're doing
car
well.
age.
Because I did have experience before that. Although my
I
dad
think
let my
it's- Oh, go
brother
ahead.
drive. My dad let my brother. Right? If there's any popo in here, you didn't hear anything. You don't know who I am either. Haha. He let my brother drive the car. I think at like 12 and 13 around the neighborhood to give him some like practice for it. But I didn't do that.
Have you guys ever cut it up? Do you know what I mean by that?
What? No. I don't
Cut
know.
up the road.
Yeah, so like if when you're cutting it up, like imagine there's traffic, right? But it's not bumper to bumper or it's really slow. But there's definitely
Yeah.
like cars that you can pass through.
Oh, like weaving?
Oh.
Yeah, so that's called cutting it up here, but you'll do it in like a really risky way. Where like the spots just barely open up and then you're immediately taking it. I don't like it. My friend does it though, and he's quite impressive at it, but I hate driving when he's driving, so
I
always
would say
offer.
I'd be death gripping my seat. I'd be like white knuckles. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, you do it, okay.
Yeah, I hate it when they cut it up because it's impressive that he can do it. It just stresses me out.
I can't do it. No. No. I can't even change
I think-
lanes on an empty road. Like, come on.
Oh my god! What?
Even if not like completely empty, but like even if there's like not much cars, I'm always like looking back and like looking at the blind spot, and be like, get cars,
Checking.
cars.
Cars, okay, I can't. There's cars, okay, I can't. That's how I was when I first started.
Yeah.
The true passenger princess, I think.
That's okay, though.
I
It took me a long
know.
time to get comfortable driving too. Oh,
That's
I remember
okay. It's a learning thing. Some people are better at it than others, and that's okay. That just
takes a
means
while,
more
too.
opportunities for others.
I remember. Do you guys remember driving school? Did you do driving school?
I did.
Oh.
I didn't have the actual like school where we did everything together because I had to do mine online.
Oh.
Because the
Oh.
ones that were local were like way too expensive in comparison.
They were really expensive. It was expensive for one person. I think. This is way back when too. So it was kind of a little bit more than
back
today.
when.
Back when I was a youngin', it was
Back
like
in my day.
it was like $500 just for me to take the class and the test, and that was a lot of money back then.
Back in my day. I actually don't remember. Well, how much was because you know how we were required to have like an official instructor to do it with us too.
Hmm.
So my instructors had like the cool Mustangs with the double brakes on it,
Oh.
so that the instructor could also brake just in case. Thank God my
That's
instructor
good.
never needed to do it. But like it was a nice car. I think it was like 120. I can't remember if it was 120 overall or for all 3 sessions that we needed.
Damn,
Oh.
that's pretty good.
That's nice.
That's pretty cheap in comparison. Yeah, ours was. Why was ours so damn expensive? Ours was $500 for mine. I remember that because I was standing
500
there
altogether or like
500 for 500 for everything. But
my
it was just
gosh.
the lesson. It was just the class and then the lesson, and then the test we had to pay another
Sorry.
like $30 for. And I remember standing there in front of my dad, and him being like, yeah, it's $500. You better not fail this."
yeah, $500 is insane. I did not. That's a lot.
It was a lot.
That is a lot.
Los Fellas, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
How much was your? Did you pay, do you know how much yours was, Fruit?
Well, I only did like a one-on-one lesson. Like I didn't go to like a school or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even remember how many sessions it was. It was like 4 or 5 sessions.
4 or 5?
Maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't remember how. Maybe like it was like $200. I think. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really nice for 4 or 5 sessions.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I had
Yeah,
to do 3 of them, and I remember just 3 in total, and I remember exactly how all of them went because I was so upset about the last one.
Yeah.
Because it was like my dad, so my family was like, you can't drive until you finish your lessons with the instructor. So obviously, like, my only time driving is with that instructor, right?
Yeah.
And then my last lesson is 2 hours so that we could fill out the final 6 that we need for the requirements for the test, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she had me drive for the entire 2 hours on a freeway.
Oh no!
We were going through the countryside, like all the rolling hills and like tight turns, and then on the freeways and all the way back. And I was like, my arms hurt so bad because you know when you start driving, you're always holding it at 10 and 2, right?
Yeah.
You're not like relaxed and chilling out. So I was like, wow, I played volleyball and I'm tired.
Oh my god.
Carpal tunnel speed run. Let's go.
Carpal tunnel. No, seriously, like we didn't even take breaks. We couldn't pull over and stop because she was just like, yeah, we're just gonna do the whole drive.
Oh. No.
Oh yeah, with college experience. That's how mine was. I had to take the school even though I didn't take the test since I had already read. He had already had his license because he was living in Florida, and then when he moved out here, he had to take the class and the test again. Even though he already knew how to drive and had his own driver's. It wasn't even the permit. He had his driver's license. Different states have different rules. Oh yeah, the rule that always gets us Washingtonians mad. Do you guys have to learn to park or was it turn around a corner? What was it? Back around a corner. You have to back around a corner.
Whoa.
I've never once in my
Why would
life
you need
since
to
I
back
took the
around
test.
a corner though?
Exactly my question. Everybody's question. I don't know why. I don't know if they still have it in the state test.
What?
But oh my god, it was such a pain in the ass, and I got that was the only thing I got marked down on my test was for backing around the corner.
Heck?
Oh.
It was
Backing around a corner? You would never do that in a real life situation anyway.
Never do that ever, because like why would you? You'd have to check to see if the corner was clear first off to make sure no one was parked there, and then even if you did, why wouldn't you just park on the other side? Because you have to have room on both sides. It pisses me off.
That's
so
crazy.
stupid.
It's completely useless.
Stupid. It's so useless. Out of all the things.
They removed parallel parking from the driver's test now.
Really?
Like a couple years back, they removed it, and I was like, "How are these kids gonna park on the curb? Like, how are they gonna park in front of their own house?
I know.
They don't know how to do any of this."
That's how I parked in front of my parents' house. I parallel parked if like we had cars on the side, and sometimes we had things on both of the streets, so I had to parallel park. It was so funny though.
Now that they don't know how to parallel park anymore, when they park in the city, if you park in the city and you're on a hill, right, you're supposed to curb your tires.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not gonna know that, and they're gonna get a ticket for not curbing properly.
True.
Because it could roll out. You know, it was so funny. Like, it's really important to learn how to parallel park.
Yeah.
My 40-year-old sister-in-law.
Okay.
Oh, I wish I could like snapshot this like a video in my mind of this moment, because like she had the most giant space to parallel park in, because normally like spots are pretty tight, especially on the main street where we were going to park.
Right.
And I'm like, oh yeah, you could park here, because we're gonna go get pizza, and the pizza place is just on the corner. We were already kind of far from the pizza place, and she sees this spot and she just starts, and she gets her tire, she gets her window up to the front of the other car, and she starts going back and up a little bit, and she just barely starts to turn her car. She's like, I can't do it. And I'm like, there's like 20 feet of space. You can do it. You can do it. And she's like, I can't do it. And we parked like a half mile away from the pizza place. I'm like,
that's actually
insane. That's what I would do.
I told her, I was like, I can do it. She's like, no, it's okay. I don't want you to have to go through it. I'm like, there's 20 feet of space. You can do it.
Oh my gosh. I
20
relate
feet
though.
of space and she can't.
Point turn in the park. That's your driving test. She's the one that told me it doesn't actually matter if you do it 3-point or many point.
Oh, many points.
As long as you
I
turn
see.
around the
Okay,
car
so
around.
it's just she just can't drive.
She just can't. That's
That's
fine.
okay.
Ooh.
Some people can't. It's a hard skill. It's a hard skill, and it's stupid anyway. I hate cars anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. I just thought it was really funny because I'm like, I offered to drive and everything, and she's like, no, it's okay. I don't want you to go suffer through that. I'm like,
That's funny. I mean, where I grew up, my driving test was only the 3-point turn, and then we just like went around the block, and it was all just right turn only.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh my god. When I took mine, so the entire like DMV, right? It had a huge lot, and it was surrounded by a suburban area too. And right across it was the shopping center. I had to go through the entire like shopping center with all the pedestrians, and then go into the suburban area
Oh.
and make sure I don't do a wide right turn going into the main street.
Oh no!
Ooh.
And then I had to parallel park at the DMV.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Like, there's so I was so
They throw you in the they
and
throw
I
you in
was
the
like, I
pan
thought
down there.
this was supposed to be the nicer DMV location. I thought it was supposed to be the
No.
nicer
That
location.
is brutal. Oh.
I think the only time it was really scary and hard was one of my lesson days. It wasn't even the test. They're like, okay, we're gonna practice doing the suicide lane this time, and I'm like,
Oh,
what? And it was-
The
the
what
main-
lane?
the main road was so busy on both sides, and I was so stressed because you know how it's already stressful when you're trying to turn left.
Oh wait, are you talking about the center lane when you're like waiting to enter
yeah.
the next one?
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
you
Like
can go
the-
into
the
you're wanting to
drop-off.
turn left, and you can turn left into that middle lane, and then you
Yeah.
can turn right into the next one. So you know how oftentimes you do that anyway, and you're waiting like 3,000 years because there's everybody and their mom coming either left and right, both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, the instructor I was
Thank you
doing
for the
with,
patties,
we
dragon.
waited
Thank
there
you.
for like probably a solid 20 minutes before I turned anywhere. Just because it was so scared to turn into the middle lane to get across. I'm surprised they
So-
didn't have me do
Be
that on the
like that.
test.
I mean, that's not required on the test, and most DMVs don't have that kind of lane
Mm-mm.
in their area anyway.
Yeah, no, this one was like across. This was like an outlet across a main road. So I think he had us do it just to practice it anyway, which is probably for the better.
you for
Because
the
like I don't think I
water,
ever
dragon.
wanted to attempt it myself. It was just me or with my mom. My mom hated driving with me. She's like, I'm not gonna sit with you when you learn to drive. I'm gonna wait till you have your license for like 5 years. And I'm like, okay, mom.
my dad was trying to teach me how to drive, and the first like few weeks he was like clinging on for dear life. He looked so scared.
Dude, dads are so freaking dramatic. I swear to God. Because my dad was the exact same way. Because I was learning in the mornings. I would drive the car to school, and then he would take the car to work, right?
Mm.
Because we didn't have another one for me at the time.
Yeah.
And he was like, you know what? I'm gonna have you drive. And my school's on a hill, so I have to go up like really, really carefully
Yeah.
before I hit the curve into the actual lot. And he would just he was gripping the shit out of the oh shit bar. And I was like, what? Why? I'm not even going more than 20 miles per hour.
Same.
And then he would yell at me like, why are you going so fast into the turn? And I'm like 5 miles an hour. How much slower do you want me to go?
Oh, they're so
1 mile an
dramatic.
hour.
It's so
Are you
silly.
slandering me in the chat? Strawberry refers. Okay. I can learn a manual
Cool hat.
on
Thank you,
a
Wapusa.
car where the
The
driver's
fruitiest
side is
cutie
not
around, they
on
say.
the opposite side that I'm used to,
Oh, true. Because then
and
you have
it's
to use your
not
left
from
hand.
1998, 93,
Even worse.
and it's got
I
no
don't
blame
airbags 'cause
you.
it's tiny.
I don't blame you. It's okay.
It's
But,
not
like,
that bad, he says. He fights for
It's
his life every
different
time we
when
go up
you're
the hill.
learning a car that's already on the side that you're used to, Cloudy. Learning it
Yeah,
on the opposite
exactly.
side, you have to do brand new blind spots. You have to get used to using your left hand instead of your right hand. And Strawberry's right hand dominant. It's not going to work.
I've never used a clutch. I don't know what is that.
Did you not see her when we were playing RV there yet today?
Oh no.
She did.
That's what I'm saying.
She did not move very fast.
I wasn't going anywhere. And then when I was going probably faster than I should have been.
Yeah, way too fast. It's okay. If she can practice, she can do it in the middle of an empty school parking lot during winter break.
During winter break. Yeah, we have to find an empty school parking lot. That's big enough. That's big enough. Please, it has to be big enough. It can't be rinky-dink tiny
Rinky dink
country
tiny
size
parking lot.
parking lot. I need it to be
Rinky-dinky.
ginormous. She can do it. Yeah, well, we'll see when the car stalls for like the 40th time and you want to go home. My aunt also offered to teach me she has a RX-8 Mazda, which is like a fancy, she's got the fancy rotary
She
engine.
has an RX-8.
It's so cute too. Whenever she brings it anywhere to park in the parking lot, I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. She's got that car, and it's red too. It's like a pretty ruby metallic red.
Ooh.
It's snazzy, and I think it's one of the last ones that they made. Yeah, I think it was specifically with that kind of engine because it requires like special upkeep or whatever. But it's like supposed to be because she was really into cars. Her and my uncle, and he has an Audi. Is he fancy like that? But she loves her RX-8, and she offered to teach me to drive on that, but I'd be scared. So it is what it is. How many of you guys know how to manual drive? Everybody in chat.
Oh, like in chat. I thought you were asking us.
Yes. I'm like, no.
You guys too.
No.
I'm assuming, Seb, you've driven a manual. I've never driven a manual in my life.
I know in theory how to drive a manual, but the thing is my dad had an old Toyota pickup truck from like '84, and it had power steering, so I wasn't able to actually try it. Because power steering and a really old truck that doesn't have fucking... Let me just tell you, this truck was so beat down. It's old enough that it had the rolling window like crank, and it was missing the back lights because they had got broken.
Ooh. Ooh.
And it was missing the right rear view mirror, so I couldn't even check my blind spot if I wanted to. But my dad still drove it anyway. He loved that. He loved that truck, and I do miss that truck, like seeing it in our front like driveway. But if I was going to learn a manual car, it was not going to be that one. There was just way too many things wrong with it.
I drove one time and I almost couldn't stop. Did you
Oh
not
my
know where
God.
the brake was? It happens. My mom was like, "No, you can't use my car to practice driving."
Yeah, it's different. It's different, especially because my dad's truck, it didn't have the... You know how on most stick shift like knobs they'll have the actual indentations that you can visibly see. On the old Toyota trucks, I looked at all the old models too to see if it was just like a special case with my dad's truck in particular, but all the old ones have it covered up.
What the?
So you can't see which river you're going through and like past the valleys and mountains. So it was just a really bad car to learn from.
I was using my hopes and dreams to
one
drive.
day.
That's how I learned to drive too.
Hopes and dreams,
hopes and
yeah.
dreams.
Hopes and dreams.
That's the only way
well
you
as the hopes
drive.
and dreams of my instructors wishing not to die that day, or the lack of the other one wanted me to go to the middle lane like a crazy man. But we survived. It was fine. It was fine. What is it with I guess there's something with Toyota trucks, because both my siblings had a Toyota truck and both of them loved those cars the most out of any other car they've ever driven or ever had.
I don't actually like Toyotas. Is it? Maybe it's because I drive a Honda right now, but I feel like Toyota cars are way too sensitive on the gas.
Maybe. It's been years since I've driven one.
Yeah.
I
like-
only drove my sister's truck once.
Like if I just put the tip of my big toe on it, I'm already lurching forward,
Dang.
Huh.
which is insane. Like compared to my Honda. Same thing with the
Hondas I do
brakes
like.
too.
Hondas are pretty tame. I used to ride a Honda.
Yeah, my aunt has my aunt's other car, her gas efficient car for commuting, not her RX-8, is a Honda Civic, and it's like the nice souped up one though, and it's nice.
I
Oh,
love me
yeah.
a classic Honda Civic. My car always
Mhm.
gets confused with the Honda Civic, but I don't mind.
My car was a Honda Civic.
Oh, you don't have to say actually.
Oh,
I
really?
had a Honda Civic.
Yeah, my first car was a Honda Civic.
What
And
year?
now
Oh,
what
Oh,
year?
yeah, what year?
Oh, I was in 2014,
No clue?
2015.
2014? Oh, okay.
Ooh.
What do you
That's a
drive
good
now? If
Civic.
you don't mind me asking.
Now I drive a Volkswagen Jetta.
Damn.
Cute though.
Yeah, it's a red
Volkswagen
one
Jetta?
too. It's cute.
Oh, it's red. Oh, that's cute as heck.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what year?
2016, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, I
Cute,
really like the
though.
old Jettas too.
Yum yum yum. It's pretty nice. It got
Well-
turbo on it, so you go zoom zoom, zoom zoom.
Oh, I got the zoom.
Nice.
It's
Hey,
pretty
Jason's little
nice.
Chevy gang. I only like we have one now, and it's nice, but it's electric.
I don't think
and that's why I like
I don't think
it.
I've ever driven a non-Asian car.
There- Cloudy does not like American cars, but we got this
American
one
cars are
'cause
too much, man.
Nah.
they are a lot. But I do like our little. We have a Bolt, and it's great, and it's nice. It's nice. It feels hatchbacky, and that's why I liked it, because every other car felt massive, and I'm like, I don't want Merc a car. I want nice little zippy car, gets us where we're going, but feels sturdy.
Mm-mm-mm.
Cheapest good electric car. Yeah, we got it a little while, a few like 5 years ago. I don't know, many years
The
ago
new
now.
Priuses look good though.
Yeah,
The
new
old
Priuses
Prius
do look
designs
good.
weren't great, but the new Priuses
No.
look really nice.
Yeah, they do. I've been seeing them every now and then. I have been seeing the car that is actually my dad saw it first. And he told me about it. Was the new Volkswagen? What was it? It's like the van one, the classic hippie van one, but like they modernized it and it's an electric
Oh
car.
yeah.
It looks
Oh.
cute as fuck.
I
It's-
think my dad has that back home.
really.
I think so, yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Because
It's
when you're
cute.
traveling back home, you're normally not taking a small car. Like it needs to be big enough to carry whatever you're doing.
Mm-mm-mm.
true.
I have to double check. I'll call him later and see.
My dad saw that car. He's like, I want that car. I'm like, I want that car. It's cute. It's expensive, but it's cute.
He just got a new truck too. It's very very wide. also a Toyota car.
Those are good. I
It's
feel
so
like
Asian.
I don't hear very many like problems pop up with Toyotas. They seem like decent cars.
Recently with Camrys, there's been a couple problems, but
Oh,
well,
okay.
I only know that because of my sister. She has a Camry.
Oh.
we had a
Not me
Hun-
though.
well,
Honda.
my parents, well, not my parents. Yeah, no, my parents had a Hyundai they gave to us.
Oh,
Was it the
Hyundai,
Sonata?
Korea.
That was not a good car. That was a rough car. It died. It was on its last, when we finally decided to sell it, it died on the way home because we were picking up a battery for it. And it died on the way home. We were on a small hill, and I'm like, Cloudy was driving, and I was sitting there. I'm like, are we gonna be okay? And he's like, I think we can make it to the next parking lot. And I'm like, are you sure? And we made it by the skin of our teeth. We were so close to not making it to that parking lot.
Ooh.
Scariest
my
day of our life.
God.
And we had to get it towed from the parking lot. And I'm like, I think it's time for a new car. Yeah, they did not. Yeah, your Tiburon, because he had a Tiburon in college, and you knew it started to get bad when the speedometer while you were on the freeway would
That's
just
how I
drop.
got it.
It would just drop
It
out
would
of nowhere.
drop.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. You guys
scary.
are alive somehow.
yeah. What the?
Well, when it dropped, when I was driving it, when it dropped, I just like, okay, we're just following the speed of the car in front of us. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
Just till I get to my exit, and then
Danger.
we go home. It was crazy. So those we did not have good experiences with, unfortunately.
At least your commutes were short though. Short-ish? Shorter than mine, for
It's
sure.
definitely shorter than yours for sure. Time-wise, it was long. We were only like we were very close to our school, and he was pretty close to work. But we were on the main north and south interstate. That is always trafficy, and so what would be 20 minutes on a clear day was sometimes 2 hours.
Oh!
Oh no.
The worst it ever was 4, and
Ah.
we
That's
both
like
wanted
LA
to
numbers.
die.
Oh my
We,
goodness.
we have that one interstate that gets to LA numbers that gets very comparable. I think that's like the main one that like pisses everybody off, and everybody's always driving it, so it's never not trafficy.
Nice.
Oh my god. Just
I
thinking
can't do
about it makes me
that.
sick.
That's too much.
Thank God we're alive, guys.
Thank God
We're
we're alive.
alive.
May we
went
have
through.
jobs that give us hybrid and or remote forever. Yay!
Oh gosh, I wish.
Do you have to go in full time to the office? For your
5
work?
days a week. 5 days. It was remote. It was fully remote until like beginning of this year, and then they're like, yeah, we're gonna do 5 days now.
I don't know. It's so stupid for companies to make those decisions. It's so awful. Cause like,
yeah.
At least make it
hybrid.
like hybrid, not
I
like straight
know.
to.
They should have enforced like 2-3 days a week, not 5 all of a sudden. Plus, like going to office is like pointless because like 90% of my team is in another country, so I don't see anyone.
Ah!
I just go and I sit alone for like 2 hours, and then I'm like, I'ma head out and then go home.
I'm gonna leave.
I'm gonna
big
go.
That's a big reason I quit my third job, was because I'm like, well, first off, this is a really shitty place to work, because they told me in the interview that there was multiple projects that I could work on, and most of them, if not all of them, included hybrid options. So I'm like, perfect. I have 2 dogs at home that I don't have daycare for anymore, and so I need to have hybrid so me and Cloudy can alternate days. This is great. I get to the job, they show me my office, and they're like, yeah, here's your office. I'm like, cool. Which days are required? They're like, oh, it's 5 days. And I'm like,
No,
Oh,
no.
that's not.
that's not what I signed up for. And they're like, oh, well, you don't get to keep your office if you don't do 5 days. And I'm like, oh, that's nice.
I hate it
And
when
then-
companies do that.
Cool.
It was such a shitty place to work. By the end of it, when I was quitting, I was so mad. I was documenting everything. But one of the things I documented was exactly how long I spent in the car. And I calculated my last month. It was in August. And I spent a whole work week in the car just in that month. And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm not getting paid to sit in the car, man. I can't do this shit anymore. It was like 44 hours in the car for
Oh my-
August. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore, man. I
Oh.
can't do this anymore. I will
That
kill
is
somebody.
so stupid.
That's why I quit 6 months in. And I was much happier.
Life was much better after
Life
that.
was so much better. I went to the beach literally the day after. I will never forget that.
You deserve
It
it.
was the best.
You deserve a nice beach day.
My colleagues were so upset at me, but they understood. They're like, you're going to the beach? I
You fucking bitch,
hate
you
you.
left. I
Fucking
hate
bitch.
you.
I hate you. You're going to the fucking beach. I have to go in tomorrow and see these people, and you go to the beach. I fucking hate you.
You're going to the bitch.
I'm like, all right, I'll send you
Biatch.
pictures. I'll send you pictures. They're like, fuck you. No, we ended on good terms. I'm in contact with some of them. A lot of them left though. I was it's a bad situation when you're the chain reaction, or you're the kickoff to the chain reaction, because I think
Trendsetter.
Right after, I think four more people quit after me. I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for them. Get out of there. And they're still looking to fill my role to this day. It's been, it's been 2 years.
Wah, wah, wah.
But anyway.
He's so nosy. But I think it's a little late.
It is
looking at the
late.
time. I have a suggestion for raids if you guys also want to put up your suggestions too.
I haven't looked at anybody right now. Let me look. But what is your suggestion?
Mine is Angry Egg, spelled with an I. And they're doing some live 2D work. Super chill.
Ooh,
Okay.
that sounds nice after our road trip.
I can't wait to watch our VOD.
I
Something
cannot
chill.
wait.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
got some good stuff out of here.
Oh, I gotta
Oh,
click
thank you
the...
for stream, Big Fig. You're so parasocial, Sunwan. I appreciate you. I love
Thanks
the
for
20
coming,
stream.
Sunwan.
Thank you. Thanks
I'll
for
drink
watching.
a sunshine LaCroix in your honor.
Whoa.
As always.
Drinking is that Vorv, my favorite editor?
Crazy.
Vor?
Well,
What?
well, is it Vor every time you have a strawberry flavored something? That's the questions we got to be asking ourselves.
Yeah, I've
Alright.
said that before. Proud, loud and proud.
Loud and proud Vor, guys. You've heard it here.
Wait,
Can
wait,
you
so,
type the
so angry, A-N-G-R-I?
Yeah. Angry Egg.
There we go. At Angry Egg. All right, sounds good to me. I
Let
don't
me
got
just
anybody.
do my quick raid message thing, and then I'll combine all three of ours. I think.
Ooh.
Okay, let me type mine. Let me hit mine.
Oh, actually, hold on. Moldy guards
Oh, perfect.
are coming in. Oh, not
Coming
shy doing the last
in.
minute polls, motherfucker.
You're good. Get in your polls while you can. Last chance to get them. Anybody who wants their polls, come get your gotcha.
Wait,
real
for
quick.
real? For real?
For real.
Wait.
For real. Come get
Whoa.
your polls.
Wait, no more gotchas? Okay, wait, hold on.
Not yet. I won't officially add more cards until Sev gets the bisexual card, because
Dude, that
Bisexual
thing is
card.
not coming, man. I swear
the
to
thing
God.
is not coming out of the closet. I swear.
But
Why is she
it's
so
just I don't
shy?
understand, man. Like, why are there's so many things not happening here? I don't get
know
it.
why.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
Thank you everybody for the follows tonight. Thank you for watching.
thank
All of us, make sure to
you.
go check out everybody in
let me
Moldy
get
Guards if you haven't
One
already.
more emote for fruit too.
Yeah.
Let me just get
Okay.
an eyeball emote. Hold on. Eyeball.
There you go. I put our pin message. Make sure to go follow these two. The big tree, the moldy fruit.
Moldy
goodness. My throat and my brain is cooked. It's cooked. It's done. Go follow my sweet husband and my son.
This looks
And we're
crazy.
never going on another road trip again.
This looks crazy.
It does look crazy. We're a real
Oh,
family
whoa.
here.
Alrighty.
Why do the herbs look different on everything? That's
They
fine.
do look different.
That is
I kinda
Oh, it's because
like
alright.
of better Twitch TV. That makes sense. Okay, we're gonna rain into Angry Egg